on precious, semi-precious and dimensional stones with special reference to Uttar Pradesh. Today, at the Department of Geology, University of Lucknow, housed in our beautiful city of Nawabi, Lucknow, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you. Through this conference today, we would like to engage with all of you in an open and constructive dialogue about gemstones and precious stones, their scope in astrology, healing, and a myriad of their other scientific and wellness extensions. We intend to further explore their various fascinating realms that are sure to interest you. We are thankful to all the organizations that have believed in the vision of this conference and have enabled us all to be seated together in such esteemed company. It has been an absolute honor to organize this conference in cooperation with the government of Uttar Pradesh, the Directorate of Geology and Mining, the Vimal Institute of Paleo Sciences, and the State Bank of India, Lucknow University branch. It was a wonderful experience and an indeed splendid opportunity for us as the organizing board at the Department of Geology to work and bring the program together for all of you. We are especially grateful to our honorable guests and experts who took out their most valuable time to grace our event today and have adorned the program in its utmost capacity. Also, it is our participants today who have fueled in the soul into this program and have blown in the light that the program brings today. It is now with great delight that I request our guests and honorable chief guest to please come up on the stage and take a seat at the dais. A.N. Singh sir, please come on the stage and take a seat at the dais. Mr. Dinkar, Senior Geologist, DGM, sir, please come and take a seat on the dais. Professor M.P. Singh, sir, please come and take a seat at the dais. Mr. Ravi Bhatt, sir, please come and grace the dais. Professor Ajay Mishra, sir, please come and take a seat at the dais. We now have the convener of the conference, Professor Vibhuti, so please come and take a seat at the dais. I would now request our honorable guest, Dr. A.N. Singh, Professor Ajay Mishra, Professor M.D. Singh sir, and Professor Dinkar, and everyone who's seated on the dais to light the lamp of learning, which is also the motto of our illustrious and centennial university. Arundhati Tiwari, please assist in helping light the lamp. Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Abhishek Singh, one of our senior most research scholars at the department, to present Dr. A.M. Singh, our token of love and appreciation. And I would request Professor M.P. Singh sir and Professor Ajay Mishra sir to honor sir. Thank you, A.M. Singh sir. Your presence is truly very special to us today. I would now request Ankita Singh to present our token of love and gratitude to Professor M.P. Singh sir, and I would request Professor Vibhuti to please honor sir. I would now request Tejashprita Sharma to honor Dr. Ravi Bhatt, and I would request Professor Agarwal to please honor Mr. Ravi Bhatt. Professor Agarwal is one of our most special faculty members at the department, and his presence today is very special to us. I would now request Savita Agasti to please honor Mr. M.S. Makki sir. So please come on the stage, and I would request Professor Ajay Mishra, Professor Vibhuti and Professor M.P. Singh sir to honor Mr. Makki, who has flown all the way from Pune to help us being with us in the conference today. Sir, your presence today is very, very honorable to us.
Small token of love from the
Arpita Singh would now present our token of appreciation to Mr. J.M. Das, and I would request Professor Malhotra to please honor him. Sir, please come up on the stage. Mr. J.M. Das.
मैं आया था नवी डिपार्टमेंट में आ गया नहीं देखा नवी यही निकल आया था वो गौतम
I would now request Mr. Pradeep Jhaveri to please come up on the stage, and I would request Professor R. Bali to please honor him. Mansi Bajpai, please come up on the stage. I want to as well as I esteemed dignitaries. Sir, this means the world to us, and I want you to know that you are an integral member of our departmental family and a prestigious spokesperson. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Alluvial Diamonds to present Sir's gift to Mr. J.M. Das through Sir. Sir, please. Mr. J.M. Das. I would also request Maki sir to present his gift to Dr. A.M. Singh, who is seated on the dais. I would now request our respected head of the department is on the way, so we can present the gift to them. Thank you, sir. Yes. I would now request our respected HOD sir, Professor Ajay Mishra, to render his welcome address.
Very good morning to all of you. Now really it is a great privilege and honor to me to welcome our distinguished and world famous guest in concern with the gemstones and gemology. First of all, I welcome our chief guest, Dr. A.M. Singh, former director GSI and custodian of the Panna mine for the diamond and concern all over the country. We welcome sir to the department. On my behalf and on behalf of the department, we are welcoming you on this workshop. Professor M.P. Singh is our teacher, mentor, former ex-Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Lucknow, Head Department of Geology, B in Science, and at present he is heading the prestigious Geological Society of India as a president. You are welcome, sir. Now, Ravi Bhatt, well-renowned writer and great knowledge about the Lucknow and its environment. We are welcoming you, sir. Every time we have also met in the centenary celebrations in Lucknow University, Lucknow. And Dinkar Saab, he is the senior geologist in the Department of Directorate of Geology and Mining. You are also welcome, sir. Apart from this, I extend or mention few names here also. First of all, I welcome and thank to our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Alok Rai. He also sent their good wishes and blessings to this for this August workshop and seminar. And we are also welcoming and thankful to Dr. Roshan Jetta. Some reasons he is not here, but he is also sent our blessings and good wishes for this conference, and Pinkalji is representing her. And of course, our nearby institute is JSIT. We are also thankful to Professor Bhubneshwar, Director JSIT. Some reasons because this is 2 or 3 university is going to be exams, JSIT is going to training his annual budget, and government is also constituting the Department of Defense. So this is our hidden source of energy. इसको कहते हैं कि गुप्त शक्तियाँ, ये गुप्त शक्तियाँ हैं हमारी, जिनके प्रयास से, इनके आशीर्वाद से हम लोगों ने पहुँचना था. And of course, we are welcoming our gem of the department, Professor Vibhuti, my duty, Mr. Convenor. Dr. Professor Omkar Upadhyay, former head of the department, and he has great work in the world equity and renowned, having so many renowned and prestigious awards. Professor Vimal is the convener of the Mission Committee. Our colleague, Professor Pani and Professor Garwal, and none other than the manager of the, senior manager of the State Bank of Lucknow, we are also thankful and well for this work. All the students, my colleagues, my staff and other members who are associated with this program, they are welcome and thankful from my side. The two-day workshop we have organized, as we have read, a national conference on precious, semi-precious and dimensional stones, with a special reference to Uttar Pradesh. And this is also linked with the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. तीन चीजें इसके टाइटल में आप देखते हैं, प्रेशर, सेमी प्रेशर एंड डाउन। अगर इसको बहुत सरल भाषा में हम कहें तो ये क्या है? हीरे जवाहरात। हीरे तो हम लोग सब जानते हैं। डायमेंशनल स्टोन अगर हम बहुत सरल भाषा में कहें तो बिल्डिंग मटीरियल है, हम लोग अपने तरह तरह के टाइल्स लगाते हैं। हीरे हम सब जानते हैं। जवाहरात में क्या चीजें आती हैं? पुखराज, माणी, पन्ना, नीलम, मोती, सूरा। एंशिएंट टाइम्स में अगर हम जाएं, अपनी संस्कृति में जाएं, अपने इतिहास में जाएं, तो हम ये देखते हैं कि ये दो चीजों के लिए यूज होते हैं। एक तो आभूषण के तौर पर यूज होते हैं और दूसरा इनको लोग एसेट मानते हैं। कोई भी स्टेट, कोई भी राजा, कोई भी कंट्री, अगर उसके पास ये एसेट, बहुत बड़ा एसेट होता है। आज भी लोग पुराने समय में आप देखते होंगे बहुत से लोग सोने की अंगूठी पहने रहते हैं। दैट इज दी कैश। आप कहीं क्राइसिस में आ जाए, आपके पास पैसा नहीं हो, यू कैन गेट फैसिलिटेट टू योरसेल्फ। ये दो चीजों में यूज करे जाते हैं आभूषण, जिनको हीरे जवाहरात हैं। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जो हम लोगों ने ऑर्गेनाइज करी, एक तो आजकल आप देख रहे होंगे कि मशरूमिंग ऑफ द showrooms of the diamonds, and fortunately or unfortunately this precious or semi-precious stone has also linked with the astrological phenomena. So there is huge demand, और एक कॉमन मैन की तरह हम जाते हैं, आप जाते हैं डायमंड खरीदने, उसने कहा 1 सेंट 1 कैरेट का डायमंड 1 लाख रुपए का, और उसी के पोस्ट में एक डायमंड रखा है 1 कैरेट का, वो करता है 50,000 रुपए। अब आप कंफ्यूज हैं। सेम वो आपको क्या बता रहा है? वो इंसान इसका ऑक्टाइडल टेक्सचर है, देखिए S1 कैटेगरी का है, ये S2 कैटेगरी का है, यू आर कंफ्यूज क्या है, क्या नहीं है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, for that, we should educate our common populace how we distinguish these gemstones. Because of that, if we spend the money, then it should be worth. कहीं आप अपने कुछ कॉमन क्राइटेरिया से, अपने नॉलेज से, अपने पढ़ाई लिखाई से कुछ देखते हैं। ये हमारे इस वर्कशॉप का है। दूसरा जो सबसे बड़ी चीज इसमें छुपी है, ये है कि इट्स ए वेरी लार्ज इंडस्ट्री, बट इट इज अनसाइंटिफिक। इतने लोग इसमें लगे हैं, इतना एम्प्लॉयमेंट है इस इंडस्ट्री में, बट वी आर वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट दैट नो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर, नॉट एनी एड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, इट इज नेवर पॉसिबल। एज फार एज आई नो अकेले में बहुत नॉलेज है मुझे, जिससे हम लोग अपना काम चला लेते हैं, लेकिन फ्रॉम the raw material to the finished good, a huge human resources involved in this sector, but nobody knows. कहाँ से आ रहा है, कैसा आ रहा है, टेस्टिंग के रूप में आप देखें. We have short of laboratories in India. अगर किसी को हमारे जैसे आदमी को कहना हो कि साहब ये हमने नीलम खरीदा है, ये हीरा खरीदा है, ये असली है कि नकली है, तो we don't know where to dispose it. तो सेकेंड फेज में हमारा ये है कि this industry should be organized in a better way from the raw material to the finished good, or the correct identification of the gemstones also already clear our. So these things, I think we have our expert, renowned expert, Mr. Mati, Pratik Jewellery, and the above all Dr. D.Lit is a very good renowned gemologist in the country, and our faculty members we are available to participants, the students, and for the introduction, whatever we have, we will provide you. And second thing I want to express here that it is my wish that few dignities or major dignities are there. We want to establish a good lab for the precision identification of this. So as a head of the department, आप समझते हैं कि भाई आप हेड हो या वाइस ट्रांसफर हो तो अपने डिपार्टमेंट के लिए मांग लें आप. तो I have also said that if anybody wishes to cooperate us, to contribute us, we have already few instruments you can see there with the help of the Professor Rai and a small testing instrument are there. So our goal is that nobody will be cheated from this extraordinary or market value. So you can go, you can pay, and you can purchase the correct things. So these things, I think the deliberations and the discussions and outcomes will come here, and we will also extend our thoughts and to the government of India, because this whole conference, the seed money or the title is approved by the government of Uttar Pradesh, and we are thankful for that. And for this purpose, last but not least, अगर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कोई भी शॉर्टफॉल होगी, कोई भी चीज आपको अच्छी नहीं लगे, तो एज ए हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट, कन्वीनर ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस, वो मेरी है, इसके लिए मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ. और अगर आपको चीजें अच्छी लगती हैं तो आई मस्ट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट प्रोफेसर राय एंड यू. Thank you very much for giving us a wonderful opportunity. Thank you all and welcome to all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I would like to bring to your kind notice that Dr. G.K. Dinkar has just joined us, Senior Geologist at DGM. Let us please welcome him with a big round of applause. And I would request Arpita to please come on stage, and I would request Professor Vibhuti and Professor Ravi Bhatt to honor him. I would now request Professor M.P. Singh, sir. Without him, we didn't complete. He's the soul of our department. And more than being the former PDC, the former head, and the present president of PSI, he's our guiding light. He is now what we can say the grandfather of our department. We feel that we're all together because he's with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I would please request you to please say a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for this wonderful conference. And for the liberal introduction के लिए भी I thank you. आपने हमारा रुतबा बढ़ा दिया. always a pleasure to come to this department where I have worked for more than 40 years, both as a student and then as a faculty. So it's always a pleasure to be here, all my old friends, colleagues, and I'm lucky that most of the staff members have been my students and they still remember me. Thank you very much, Vibhuti. Thank you very much. Ajay. I don't want to stand between you and I think everybody is very keen to listen to Mr. Ravi Bhatt, who is a well-known person from Lucknow, I think. So, once again I express my gratitude, thanks to all of you, and I think we will listen for this lecture. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, respected dignitaries of the dais and my friends. Without being formal, I will love and I use a language that will neither English nor Hindi. It is the language of the heart. It will come from here, hope it will reach there to your heart. See, when we talk about the gems, the other day when Professor Vibhuti just discussed with me about this conference, I said to him, look here, when you talk about the precious gems, you think of the money, you think of the wealthy people only. Wealthy people can afford it, no one else. So who can talk better about this gem and wealth than any person from the Lucknow? The reason is a very simple reason that now it is a historical report I am talking about. During the British rule, especially later British rule, Lucknow was the richest, not one of the richest. Lucknow was the richest city in the country. This was richer than you will be surprised to know that it was richer than the presidency town of Bombay, Mumbai, Chennai, Madras, and Kolkata. It was richer than these places. Now you talk about those places. So that means the ruler of this place were one of the richest persons. So they can afford the best of the gems and precious stones. And to give you a look into that, because the other people will speak a lot about it. The third Nawab, there were total 11 Nawabs, which were recognized to the Britishers, and straight away, it may be doesn't register here, but I'll speak about it so that I give the reference, you can get my statement in the right perspective. The first was the Sadat Khan, Brahmin was, the second was the Safdarjung. If you go to Delhi, you'll find that there is a Safdarjung hospital, Safdarjung airport, Safdarjung, that's a very posh locality. And this is where you'll find a mausoleum also, Safdarjung. And mind my dear friends, mind it, please don't disturb me, otherwise the continuity breaks. Sorry. And my dear friends, just imagine it when you go to Delhi, and one of the most posh localities, Safdarjung. Then you will find a mausoleum of the second Nawab of Awadh. His name was Safdarjung. So he's buried there, and that was the last magnificent monument built in India by Mughals. Right? Mughals, you say Mughal style. So it was built by Shahjahan, the Nawab of Awadh, his son. And in that building itself, mausoleum, the most precious stone of that time, they were, fixed in that. Now coming back to his son, Shahjahan. All of you have heard about the third battle of Panipat, nothing big. And the Safdarjung had fought a battle against the invader Ahmad Shah Ghali way back in 1748, and he had defeated. But again, just see the irony and what role money plays in the psyche of human being. The more you become richer, कहावत है राजनीतिक मार्ग में शायद लिखी है, शायद मेरे ख्याल लिखी है, प्रभुता पाए काहे गरम नहीं. जब पैसा आ जाता है ना, तो दिमाग कुछ अलग पिक्चर चलने लगता है. And the same thing will happen. that his father had sided with the Ahmad Shah Abdali, but since he was a very rich man, she was dollar. In the first battle of Panipat, he sided with the Ahmad Shah Abdali. बेटे ने अहमद शाह अब्दाली को हराया था, बाप ने साथ दिया, पैसे की वजह से साथ दिया अहमद शाह अब्दाली का first battle of Panipat के अंदर. और not only he was on his side because they were the richest people, but he has financed the third battle of Panipat. Just imagine it. Had he not financed that third battle of Panipat, Nawab of Lucknow $, the entire scene of India would have been changed because there was no one parallel to them to defeat the Marathas, the great rising power at that time. Why? He could do it. Just Marathas such a big empire, and just compared to the others, is a very small dot on the map of India. But how could they do it? Because they had the precious stones with them. Precious stones. Now today you deposit your money in bank. Earlier the rich people used to buy a precious stone to keep it safe because in the size is very small. If you buy the silver, the silver size will be bigger, buy the gold size will be bigger, buy the property again. So they were depositing their money in the precious stones, and the number of the Pratham Shuddhala, he had a lot of money. So with the help of that, he financed it. And as you know, Ahmad Shah Abdali won, and the scene in that political thing has changed. That too because of your gems, because of a rich man. And that's getting it. Now after $0, again your gems played a very important role. Everyone who's from Lucknow, I think a good number of people are in the audience, they are from the Lucknow, so all of you have heard the name of a building which has a very mazy structure, labyrinth, and that is Bulbulaya. Everyone knows that Boy Baba, and the technical name is Asfi Mambara. It is named after the Asif Uttara, Asfi Mambara. Right? It is called technically. The pedestrian call it Boy Mambara, और हम लोग कहते हैं बचपन से बुलबुलैया पे जाके खो जाते हैं. That Asif Uttara, he was so rich that his son, his name was Wazir Ali. अगर आप लोग लखनऊ रहने वाले क्रिश्चियन कॉलेज के पास वजीरगंज आप लोग जानते हो. Wazirganj के नाम पे Wazir Ali की when he was married, that was one of the richest marriages in India. After the Mughals of Delhi, and it was said that it was almost it was almost on such a grand scale that it was founded to the princes of Mughals marriage. अब यहाँ पे बड़ी मजेदार एक प्रोग्राम आप लोग सुनिए जेम्स की बात आई लाइक टू शेयर विद ऑल ऑफ यू. तो जेम्स की बात यहाँ पे मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि जो वजीर अली की शादी होती है, तो वजीर अली की शादी के अंदर जो उसकी ड्रेस होती है, उसके अंदर इतने ज्यादा जेम्स लगाए गए थे, इतने ज्यादा जेम्स लगाए गए थे कि वो जब उठ के खड़ा हुआ पहन के उस ड्रेस को सर, he was staggering while walking. So expensive.
But just starting, just imagine it. I think there's no parallel to that. Yes, sir.
तो मैं वजीर अली का जिक्र कर रहा था. तो वजीर अली जैसे मैंने बताया जब उनके खड़ा हुआ ड्रेस को
वजीर अली को जब वो ड्रेस पहन के खड़ा हुआ, इतनी महंगी ड्रेस बनी थी, इतने ज्यादा उसके जेम्स लगे थे कि वो लड़खाने लगा. तो पीपल हैड टू हेल्प हिम टू गो टू द प्लेस वेयर मैरिज सेरेमनी हैड टू टेक प्लेस. नाउ अगेन दिस, अगर आप इमामबाड़ा में जाएंगे, यहाँ पर बड़े इमामबाड़ा, छोटा इमामबाड़ा, इमामबाड़ा यू अंडरस्टैंड, इमामबाड़ा इज अ वेरी अम्यूजिंग थिंग. इमामबाड़ा केवल इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट में ही होता है, अदरवाइज यू नॉट फाइंड इमामबाड़ा एनीवेयर. इमाम इज अ वेरी टिपिकल, इमाम इज एन अरबिक वर्ड, राइट, एंड बाड़ा इज अ टिपिकल हिंदी वर्ड. बाड़ा जैसे कसाई बाड़ा कहते हैं इनक्लोजर, तो इमाम बाड़ा. तो इमाम बाड़ा जो होता है शियास का, वो हिंदुस्तान में कहलाता है, बाहर जो कहलाता है वो बामगांव वगैरह कहलाता है या हुसैनी कहलाता है. हिंदुस्तान। तो यहाँ के जितने भी मामलों में जाएंगे आप पाएंगे उसके अंदर प्रेशियस स्टोन केवल लखनऊ में ही लगे हुए हैं, अवध के अंदर नहीं।
थैंक यू। यहाँ पर प्रेशियस स्टोन लगाया गया, तो यू कुड मेक आउट नॉट ओनली द रूलर्स, इवन द रिच पीपल हैड अ फैसिनेशन फॉर द जेम स्टोन इन अवध, लखनऊ। यहाँ अब इसके बाद में मैं आपका जिक्र करूंगा एक बादशाह का हिंदुस्तान में, जिसको बादशाह मानने के लिए आप लोग तैयार नहीं होते, ज्यादातर लोग तैयार नहीं होते, तो वो बादशाह था। हिंदुस्तान के मुगल बादशाहों में आपको सब जानते हैं, 19 बादशाह हुए थे, मैं नाम नहीं कराऊंगा उनका, पहला और आखिरी बता देता हूँ। पहला बाबर था और लास्ट वाला बादुल्ला जो था, ठीक है, टोटल जुड़ा के 19। एक बादशाह हिंदुस्तान में हुआ एक बार, ये बात आपकी करीब 1880 के आसपास की बात है। आपको मेरे दोस्त में आफ्टर द डेथ ऑफ औरंगजेब in 1707, the entire Mughal empire had become very weak. Everyone knows that the regional chieftains they started, declaring that defying the authority of Mughals weak because they started declaring themselves as independent rulers. And Lucknow was no exception. Once the Governor General had gone to Delhi, उस समय मुगल का रवि हो गया था, they were saying that kingdom of Shah Alam from Red Fort to Palam कितनी छोटी हो गई थी, मतलब मलाक में कहते थे किंगडम ऑफ शाह आलम फ्रॉम रेड फोर्ट टू पालम। नो व्हाट हैपेंड, गवर्नर जनरल गया होता वहां पर मिलने के लिए किंग ऑफ दिल्ली, वहां पर वो कहते हैं ना 10 सब्जेक्ट यूज एवरी टिपिकल लैंग्वेज की रस्सी जल गई अटन नहीं गई, तो कुछ थे तो नहीं वो, तो उन्होंने इजाजत दी करी। उन्होंने कहा कि जो गवर्नर जनरल आ रहा है मेरे सामने बैठेगा नहीं, क्योंकि आई एम द किंग ऑफ अ कंट्री एंड ही इज द सर्वेंट ऑफ द क्वीन, राइट? तो मैं बैठे क्या हर्ट थी, तो मैं याद हर्टली तुम्हारी क्या आंखों को मेरे को बैठे नहीं करो। He had come here and Awadh was richest place. He, because of the gemstones, they had a precious gemstone with them, and he simply guarded this gentleman Ghaziuddin had at the 7th ruler of Awadh, right? Who ruled from 1840 to 1827. He said, he asked, why don't you declare yourself as an independent ruler? Why you are technically under the Mughals? And again, way back on 19th October 1890, this gentleman, Ghaziuddin had defined the Mughal authority, declaring himself the great king. अब फिर gems आते हैं यहाँ पे, and the crown which was created for him, it was created by one great painter of the court who had at what time his name was Robert Home. Robert Home was basically a painter, but as you understand, आपको जिस level पे सब लोग आ गए हैं, he wants to reach the top of any field, सारी field interrelated हो जाती है, the history, the geography, chemistry, physics, subject है। So as a result, Robert Home was so good at designing that he was using precious stones in each and everything, each and every household of the Nawab, even जो आपका एलिफेंट के ऊपर जो मोदा होता है उसके अंदर भी प्रेशियस स्टोन्स डिजाइन करने का, लेकिन इतना पैसा था इनके पास, वो उसमें लगाया जाता। उसके बाद इनका जो क्राउन बना था रॉबर्ट होम ने डिजाइन किया था, क्रोस ऑफ द जेम्स, उतने स्टोन्स कभी किसी के क्राउन में उस जमाने में यूज नहीं हुए जितने की इनको जब डिक्लेयर करके जो क्राउनिंग हुई थी उसमें यूज करा गया था इस क्राउन के प्रेशियस देने के लिए। When I will talk about the precious stone, it is simply it makes a statement, just to make a statement. क्राउन हमारा इतना महंगा है, इसका मतलब है ब्यूटी और नॉट एस्थेटिकली कम्युनिटी और नॉट, that's a different story, but it gives a statement, look here, I am richer than all of you. So that is the reason they want to make a statement. अब next रूलर होगा नसरुद्दीन हैदर, again gems are playing a very important role. अब मैं बात करूंगा where you are sitting right now, तो आप बैठे हुए हैं, can you talk about it? कितना टाइम है? How much time? 1 minute? Can you wait up? 2-3 minutes? 1 minute. नहीं, I'm really sorry, man. Sorry, वो मैं I'm prepared. I'll write up this only. University campus में जहाँ बैठे हैं आपको, यहाँ पर this place was created by his son, Nasiruddin Haidar, as a Badshah. और ये अपने टाइम का इतना पूरे इसको भाषा कहा जाता था, जिसको कि 35 लाख रुपए के अंदर कपूरथला ने खरीदा था और बाद में उसका 90 एकड़ जो एरिया था वो डोनेट कर दिया। यहाँ के अंदर जो मालिन जो होती थी, रॉयल गार्डन, जो मालिन होती थी, उन लोगों के जो आप खुरपी होती है, उसकी जो मूठ होती थी, उसका भी प्रेशर स्टोर लगे। जो हेड मालिन होती थी, उसका जो होता था, उसका कितना महंगा होता था, कहते अगर उसको बेच दे तो कोई आदमी जिंदगी में बैठ के खा सकता है। तो दैट वाज द रोल ऑफ प्रेशर स्टोर हियर, एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर बीइंग अ वंडरफुल।
मैं ज्यादा निकल गया।
telecast.
Can we please hear a big round of applause for ma'am? Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. I would now request Professor Vibhuti
The field of gemology is coming all the way from south, north, east, western corners of the world, of India, and they are all the world's best known gemologists. So let's welcome our speakers who will be giving exceptionally knowledgeable talk on gemology following few hours. At the outset, I must admit that gemology is a passion for me for the last 4 decades, and with a friend like Dr. Bhubneshwar and a colleague like Dr. Nayarya, I thought this gemology should see the light of the day, because this is one subject which connects every common man with geology. And this particular aspect, where generally speaking, some of the precious stones which few people can afford, but then we have an entire arena of semi-precious stones which almost everyone can afford, like quartz or rock crystal. So it's not only for the riches, as we had a wonderful talk by Ravi Bhatt. He is himself a legend because he knows more than anyone else about Nawabs than even Nawabs. So I must thank Ravi Bhatt to be here talking about a subject so deeply concerned to all of us. We thought about this conference to be held sometime in October, and that was the time when the university opened in a physical mode, and suddenly from online mode we were pushed into a continuous process of classroom teaching and associated examinations. So we got so much time constraint. At first thought we may not hold it, but then again Shah our FOD, he said no, let's hold it. What the problem? And he is there. I am absolutely free. I thank you again for providing the strength of the department to almost every aspect that is there in an administrative way. Then I had another colleague, a friend, a younger brother, like Sudhir Mehrotra, head of the department. 3 days ago, he has handed over the charge to another colleague. Veer Mehrotra Sahab is an inspiration. He is full of energy. He was heading the biochemistry department where we have done marvel. And more than myself, he was concerned about his gemological projects. Every time, we are talking, he was asking what is happening. I said, I'm trying. Eventually these 2 dates were fixed because we have to hold it in this financial year, for which government of Uttar Pradesh has given a very, I would not say generous, but a steep amount, which was substantiated by almost a parallel grant by the Director, Directorate of Geology and Mining, Dr. Roshan Jacob, whom we met, and I am so pleased to meet her. She is a senior IS officer in UP. Within 5 minutes, he called one of our officers who is sitting on the dais, Vinkarti, and he said, go ahead. I have never seen an officer taking decision in seconds, especially when it's the end of the financial year. So whatever we are able to do, partly I must thank Madam for Madam Jacob, whom we will be meeting shortly. I can show you some of the things that we have designed for it. First of all, we have a gem mud. There are 20 different types of such muds on which you have different types of gemstones on one of the sides in our university building and university logo. Then in India, for the first time, a gem related calendar has been for the first time, and I think Makki Saab can confirm this. These pictures show the beauty of the gems. I think there is nothing parallel to the gemstones. And there are two different calendars. One especially for the gems, like here you have the diamond, and you have the raw Bukhraj, and you have the raw emerald, and you have the raw Neelam. You see it and you really enjoy it. And this is ruby. And then our Tanzanite expert in the world, there is a Tanzanite also. So this is all done. I must thank my daughter, Vanshri. She is not here at the moment. She helped me in designing it, and we picked up some of the pictures. A tab is there. You can just all the time feel like opening it and so, and few more things are there. The kit we have provided a gemstone also for every person who registers, and then the other souvenirs. I must thank Mr. Manish who is sitting with us, the manager of our State Bank of India, Lucknow branch. He is also Secretary General of the Officers Association of the State Bank of India. He is very busy today, but he is more than a friend. And we just went a couple of days ago, and he said, can you do something for this conference? He said, why not? And he said, what you want? And we were just thinking about the corona period of pandemic is still going on. So he said, we are going to provide the sanitizer, the best sanitizer in the country by Dettol and Himalayan Press. So they have come to us, and that's there in the kit, and also a mask which all of you can pick. So that's there. And of course we have a souvenir that is there in the kit. So what I simply want to say that holding a conference like this at the end of the financial year was a little tricky for us, but with the help of everyone, especially our guests, Dr. A.N. Singh, who has been motivating me for a very long time in this field. Then Makki Saab, whom I know for almost 10 years. I went to Pune and saw his collection, and then I was attending the Science Congress, and there he had an exhibition. And the museum that you see here, 80% of the specimens, they have been given by Makisa. So all those beautiful jewelry that you see, that's a contribution from his end. And not only that, he gave me some personal gifts, which I have also put it there, because I think everyone should enjoy. So, Makki Sahab, for the first time, he's in Lucknow. Our friend Zaveri Sahab, who is an expert in the field of gemology, especially in enhancement of gemstones, where a very poor quality gem can be put into a brilliant form. He is with us today. This is also his first visit, as I was told, so I'm happy he could make it. Just now he has come and straight away into the auditorium. Thank you, Ravi Bhatt, for being here. He is the owner of the Tanzanite mines in Tanzania, and one of the biggest, I would say, one of the finest gemstones that come out from his company. So he's with us. He's going to talk about some of the very beautiful African gemstones. And then Madam Neeruji, whom I am meeting for the first time, but I have heard about you for many years, especially since Saab was, he used to tell me that Neeruji is the person who can convert a piece of dirt into the piece of gem by way of experimental petrography and technology, I would say, using pressure, temperature, and gases and everything. And that's how I think that's the way the expertise grows. I'm sorry for the delay in holding this program, because we were waiting for the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, who said he would be coming. But since the examinations are going on, especially for the recruitment of lecturers, there are some technical problems, so he has to rush. He could not make it. Madam Jacob also, initially she was supposed to come, but today is 28th of March. No officer can leave their office because of the financial and they are closing. So she has asked for excuse, and we still extend our thanks to her. Yes, I'll take one more minute. If you look into the history of the gemstones, the history of the gemstone goes as deep as the oldest Homo sapiens. When we look into the Paleolithic deposits, what we find in the caves is beads. And these beads are 50,000 to 30,000 years old. And these beads are made up of crystalline silicon. And not only that, when somebody asks me how you relate your subject of geology to having any importance, and I say that the first early man was a geologist, because he could identify a rock, a mineral, to make tools, which we all do now. So in all of us, somewhere deep down, to whatever field we belong to, like the Omkar, a close friend of mine, who is from zoology background, works on ladybirds. He is a legend in the subfield. In you also, Dr. somewhere these traces of gemstones and early rocks are there. So I think in human evolution it's very important. Then when we talk of India, I think I can talk without it. It's
so noisy. I'm sorry for this poor audio. When we look into the history of the world's best gemstones, especially diamonds, the oldest diamonds were found in India. Out of the 10 best diamonds of the world, which cannot be put to any amount because they are unmatched, like
Kohinoor, Orlov. You just go on naming them. They are all out of the 9 gemstones, 9 diamonds of the world, they are from India. The plunderers and looters like Britishers, the invaders like Nadir Shah, they all took away the booty from India. I was reading the history of gemstones, and to my utter surprise, in Golconda near Hyderabad, which was the domain of the Hyderabad Nizam, the Golconda was not the place where diamonds were found. They were found in Kurur, which is some 30 miles away, in the riverbed. In Golconda, the diamonds were sold, and Tavernier, one of the visitors from France who was dealing in diamonds, he writes in one of his memoirs that in one day he has seen 41 bullock carts full of diamonds being sold in one day in Golconda. Now imagine, a small 1 carat diamond may cost 1 lakh to 4 lakh of rupees. 41 bullock cart full of 40 लड़िया भर के डायमंड रोज बिकने आ रहा है, तो आप समझ सकते हैं ये देश जिसको कि अंग्रेजों ने कहा ये सोने की चिड़िया थी, अंग्रेजों ने कहा है ये हीरो का शेर हुआ करता, चिड़िया क्या। और आपको एक बात मर्म की बता दें, ये अंग्रेजों ने हिस्ट्री की किताबों में लिख दिया कि वहां से शिप पे लोग आते थे और यहाँ से वास्को डेगामा टाइप के लोग यहाँ से काली मिर्च और यहाँ से मसाले ले जाते थे। भाई कोई पूछे जो मसाले खाता नहीं है वो मसाले क्यों ले जाएगा यहाँ से? वो यहाँ से डायमंड और बाकी जेमस्टोन भर के ले जाएगा, शिप लोड भर के ले जाएगा। अब धीरे धीरे हिस्ट्री की परतें जब आप खोदिए तो आपको एक से एक नायाब चीजें मिलेंगी। शुरुआती दौर में बिफोर द मुगल्स, बिफोर the other religion like Islam came into India, during the Vedic time, the temples that we have like Konark temple and other temples, they were full of different types of the world's best gemstones. Even the vault which is there in some of the temples like in Bhubneshwar, Padmanabhan temple in Thiruvananthapuram, and in Bhubneshwar, Konark temple, my elder brother Jain Das Sahab is here. I'm sorry, अक्सर मैं कुछ कहने में आपको दास साहब भुवनेश्वर स्वयं में, वहाँ के अभी कुछ दिन पहले वॉल्ट में 50-60 हजार टन सिल्वर के इग्नेट्स निकले, जो अंग्रेज चुरा के ले जाना चाहते थे, जल्दबाजी में वो ले नहीं जा पाए, वो उस मंदिर को तोड़ नहीं पाए। तो ये हमारे यहाँ की विरासत थी, और मुझे लगता है आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से और हम लोग आने वाले समय में जियोलॉजी और जेमोलॉजी के माध्यम से लोगों को बता पाएंगे कि हम लोग सारी दुनिया में, आप अगर इंग्लैंड के म्यूजियम का सामान जो उनका नहीं है उसकी तस्वीर अगर आप देख ले तो सिर्फ खाली आपको वहां टेक्स्ट दिखेंगे, वो सब भारत से ले गए। When they left in 1947, they took every bit and piece of the jewellery, the diamonds, you just name it, they took. और उसके बाद वो हमको वर्ल्ड बैंक के थ्रू कर्ज दिलाते हैं। मतलब सबसे सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि वो हमको कर्जदार बना दिया, हमारा लूट के ले गए। बहुत कम लोगों में कहने की शक्ति होती है कि भाई हमारा वापस करो। बट आई थिंक टाइम वुड कम, वी वुड सी द past glory. Still only the surface of India has been explored. Lot of gemstones are still buried. In the years to come, our geological fraternity, our students, many of you sitting here are going to discover this. Thank you very much. Dr. Awadh Narayan Singh, for your consistent efforts in promoting the gemological science in India through your personal dedication and hard work, and for inspiring generations of young gemologists who performed so well under your leadership. The Department of Geology, University of Lucknow, acknowledges your tremendous efforts in the field of ultramafic rocks and recognizes your extreme contribution to India's gem and mineral industry. I would request Professor Ajay Mishra to please give Mani Samman to Dr. James A.
Mr. Makki, please come up on the stage, and Shubham Singh, please contest the Shell Mani Samman to sir.
The next award is Shell Mani Samman. As you know, shell is for rocks. Right? Mr. Muhammad F. Makki, with great recognition and appreciation for your years of passion and dedication for the exploration of Indian minerals, your personal example of outreach, leadership and contribution, competence and concern of Indian georesources, which were of highest standards of excellence and served as inspiration to all. Dr. Makki sir.
Rahul Verma, please confer upon the Kanti Mani Samman to Mr. J. N. Das. Sir, please come up on the stage.
I would request to say please, sir. I would read out the honors. Dr. Jadbanand Das, for your continuous pursuance in the field of gemology and geology and your passion for achieving excellence in both of these fields. This is the Kanti Mani Samman.
I would now request Ravikant Bharti to confer upon.
Please come on this. Now I would request Ravi Bhatt sir to please confer this award. Neel Mani Samman to Dr. Pratik Zaveri for your perseverance, passion and prominence in the gemstone industry and leaving footprints on the science of time in Tanzanite studies. Brijesh Vyasji for outstanding achievement and continuous contributions in the field of quality enhancement in gems. Sir.
And as we break for tea, I would again take this opportunity to thank all our experts and our wonderful guest of honor, Dr. Singh. Thank you for being with us and gracing the event today. Please join us for a cup of tea. Crystals that we're going to enjoy and generations of students are going to benefit and love. Thank you so much, sir. It's a delight to see each one of these. जी sir. Sir, if you could, a few words about this beautiful mineral.
It's a kind of geolite.
has given Makhi Saab, and I already told you in my morning session that he is our mentor and guiding source about the different specimens which we have in our museum. तो मैंने पहले भी कहा था, मैं तो हेड हूँ डिपार्टमेंट का और कटोरा मेरे हाथ में है, तो जो भी मुझे दान दे तो मेरे लिए अच्छा है। और आई थिंक मक्की साहब का बहुत बहुत आभार पुनः है और मेरे म्यूजियम की शोभा बढ़ाएंगे। और मैं इन पे अभी जाती जो है डोनेटेड बाई सर का नाम भी उसमें लिखवा के, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ म्यूजियम को देखने के लिए आप ये सोचें कि बहुत स्कूल कॉलेजेस के बच्चे, और भी हमने रिसेंटली अपने 100 साल मनाए, सेंटेनरी वो मनाए सेलिब्रेशन। तो इवन देन फ्रॉम द यूनिवर्सिटी साइड, इवन आवर वाइस चांसलर इज एवरी टाइम इज सेइंग इन एवरी मीटिंग कि नहीं जियोलॉजी में जाके देखिए, आपका बड़ा अच्छा म्यूजियम है। अभी हम लोगों की एक मीटिंग हुई थी यहीं पर 2020 NEP 2020 में, उसमें भी वो कह रहे थे कि वी हैव वेरी गुड म्यूजियम। और सबसे पहले जिस म्यूजियम का उन्होंने नाम लिया वो जियोलॉजी के म्यूजियम का लिया। आई वॉज देयर। तो ये बहुत एक अच्छा है और वी आर एजुकेटिंग अवर चिल्ड्रंस नॉट ओनली इन द डिपार्टमेंट बट फ्रॉम एवरी डिग्री कॉलेज, इंटर कॉलेज, गर्ल्स कॉलेज, तमाम लोग यहाँ से रहते हैं। वी आर वंस अगेन वी आर थैंकफुल टू मक्की साहब। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
I'd like to call upon the stage Dr. J.N. Das, former DDG, GSI, Bhubneshwar. So please come up on the stage and enlighten us.
Good afternoon to all of you. And already your head, Dr. Misra, has highlighted that what is happening in the gemstone trade, whether you are buying the right gem or not. Everyone who is looking for a gem like diamond or ruby or emerald, you would always love to get it as it is. But whether we are getting it in the market as it is a question. And what I am trying to tell you is, I try to make it a very simple way. I have used the title authentication. That means the one you are possessing, whether they are actually the same material or not. Next please. As a geologist, when you go to field, you will see something like a rock, let's say garnetiferous gneiss. So suddenly a geologist feels quite happy, thinking that it's a high temperature, high pressure rock. So then he makes a section of the garnet and tries to study the tectonic history. That's how the garnet helps a geologist. But if you see a garnet like this, suddenly you forget everything, geology and everything. Say that wow factor comes. So that's how the gemstone comes. A normal rock type where the same garnet is there, you have a lot of information you are going to generate or get it. But when you see it, you forget everything. That's what we call it as a gemstone. That means it looks beautiful, attractive. Next. When you go to field, I'm talking as a geologist, when you look for, say, corundum, mineral corundum is aluminium oxide, and that gives you the ruby and sapphire. When you go to field, you don't get immediately like a good gemstone.
most of the material you get is quite inferior quality. Gradually the star quality, a transmission quality, and then you get a beautiful gem. So this is where you have the beauty, and we know that the hardness of corundum is 9, it has got the durability, and you are getting, after seeing tons of material, a beautiful gem. That means it's a very rare. So that's how a preciousness of a gemstone is defined. If you have all these things in one gem, we call it as a precious stone. And at this point, I am also given the diamond. Similarly, 85% of diamond are not gem quality. They are all industrial quality, it can from gold or very inferior quality diamond, and then you get a diamond. So we call it as a gemstone because you can feel the beauty, and when you get a diamond like this out of tons of material, then its rarity increases. And besides, like the ruby, it has color, it has got the luster. We call it as a adamantine luster. So till this time the geology work wise, we call it as a gemstone. The moment we assume it cut and polishing, beyond this point by the artisans and other people, they try to cut and polish, we call it as a gem. So the difference between the gemstone till this time is fairly good. A geologist can easily identify whether it is a rock or crystal, because we all know about the mineralogy. But the moment it is cut and polished, we call it as a gem. So then all these geological features, mineralogical features are not there. Now the problem starts how to identify this. So if it is natural, you know, then it is fine. But then there will be a lot of mix-up. So now in this lecture I will be talking about the gems only. I will not touch upon the gemstone. Next please. Just to tell you that we have the element, so like carbon it is for diamond, similarly oxide, silicate, phosphate, and from element to this when you go, the hardness decreases. So the one which is having higher hardness, say roughly hardness more than 7, are better quality gemstone because they survive the wear and tear. So this is just for information for the student. Next please. As Vibhuti was speaking, that time memorial from the Paleolithic time, we have the record of the gemstone or bead stone used by our ancestors. So that indirectly tells that right from the beginning we have a knowledge about gemstone by different way. So I think fairly you know all about it. Next please. So why gemstone? And if you see, it has got no other use other than it's a luxury item. It's purely luxury item, it has no other use. And the luxury demands actually the market. If you see the present, the Indian market, suddenly there is a lot of development in the gemstone market because the young people, the millennium, have started buying gemstone as a luxury item. So there is huge demand for the gemstone. Essentially these are mainly for the jewellery, as an ornament purpose, and lot of scientific and other developments are being done, that is in the form of a crystal growth. So that is how the gemstones, if the one I am using this laser, this actually has a synthetic crystal in it. If you see the red laser, that is a synthetic ruby. Similarly, in all over the world, there is lot of faith. This mystical and magical power. Like in India, we have the astrology, we use astrology for gemstone. Similarly, in other places, the birthstone, every month, like the November, the birthstone is topaz. So it is all over the world, there is a belief that stone used in particular month has certain value. And besides that, it is the source of revenue. A single crystal or a single diamond crystal of a 5 carat can hold lots of rupees. Next please. Just to say that a 8 carat ruby, at first you just see that because the color is good, everything is fine, the 42,000, $4,52,000, that is way back in 2006. So a gemstone of a high quality can fetch any amount. Similarly, a big diamond, which will fetch you a huge amount. So that means they are actually source of huge revenue. You can call it as a portable asset. Next. The Mineralogical Association, the International Mineralogical Association, they normally classify the minerals. We have about roughly 4,800 minerals. So what they have done, a new committee has formed, that is a committee on the gem material. So what they have done is, they have classified all the gem material having what should I say, we call it as a gemstone, or the material which can be fashioned into gem. So there are about 193 minerals, the rocks where you can lapis lazuli, jade, these are all rocks, also organic, amber, coral, pearl, and also obsidian, glass, moldavite, that is the meteoritic material. So here what I will do is, I am not going further into it, so just to give an idea that all the natural gem material have been scientifically categorized now. You can go through this site and get the information about it. Next. I am quickly just telling you with some intention I am showing this. The coral, you can see it's a calcium carbonate, mostly found in the Mediterranean Sea and South Seas. The mining for coral below 50 meter is permissible. Coral above 50 meter is not permissible. So that is why you get the red coral is very rare, and mostly you get in this Mediterranean Sea and Pacific Ocean. Next please. Again pearl, which is an organic material, you can see the luster. This is of course one of the oldest pearl found in the United Arab Emirates. And this is again a calcium carbonate. You can see the specific gravity. I am showing it with a purpose that each mineral has got certain specific property. And when you deal with gemstone, you need to have non-destructive analysis, because certain characters which are the physical or optical character, you use them to identify them. So in future you will gradually understand that these are required, knowledge is required for non-destructive analysis of gemstone, because you cannot destroy a gemstone to analyze. Next. Now coming to, I said to organic the gem material, then the diamond. Just for information, when you deal with diamond, always think about there is type 1 and type 2. Diamonds are not same. So the type 1 diamond having the nitrogen impurity, whereas type 2 without any nitrogen impurity, type 2 with boron impurity are type 2D. There are some diamonds you will find reddish color or pinkish color, that is due to the lattice defect, and some green color diamonds are due to radioactive. I am just showing it just for your knowledge. Next. Similarly, the corundum group of mineral, the pure corundum is always white. When you add little bit of a chromium or vanadium, it turns to beautiful red. That's ruby. When you add iron and titanium, it's become the blue corundum sapphire. And when you add iron, the ferric iron, it becomes the topaz. Now, there are certain exceptional that is known as padaparasa, having all the chromium iron impurities. So the impurities creates color in the gemstone, so that you will have to study much detail. The idea why I am showing is, in our the astrological purpose, the ruby, sapphire, and which we call it as yellow or copper, the three important minerals are nothing but part of the corundum group of minerals. Next please. Similarly, when you see the beryl group of mineral, which is beryllium, aluminum, silicate, the pure beryl is always bosonite, it's white. When you add little bit chromium, it becomes green. Manganese red. You add some iron, and that is, we call it as iron oxygen transfer, that is heliodor. Then you have Fe2, Fe3, aquamarine. So again, when you deal, you see the panna or the emerald, that is nothing but a beryl with a little bit of a chromium. Next please. Similarly, in the garnet, there are garnet lot of solid solution phases, you all know about it. So each mineral phase has a different color. But for mostly in the public you will find we use a particular phase, that is this alloys which I will show you, that is mainly a grossular granite, hessonite garnet, which is very commonly used as a astrological stone. Next please. This is what the hessonite garnet which I am talking about. So it gives orange color film, and this is of course you get lot in Odisha, that is called a kind of a almond and pyro garnet. We call it rhodolite. Next please. Then comes to the chrysoberyl. Again it is a beryllium aluminum oxide, not silicate. Next. So when you have this kind of a frequency, that means some perpendicular or the perpendicular very fine tubular features are there. When light reflects on it, it gives this kind of a cat's eye effect, and the stone has to be properly cut. We call it as a cabochon cut. The same the chrysoberyl, when it is transparent, if you add chromium, it can have a color change effect. Daylight it will have a green, in the incandescent light it can be red. But then for astrological purpose, this is mostly used if you see in the, I'll come to that later. Next. There is also a orange color or yellowish orange color as a zircon, hyacinth, which is earlier also considered as a gome. So that is again a zircon family, zircon mineral group. So you can see the lot of gem varieties within the same mineral. The idea of showing these slides are that in the same mineral species, you get lot of gemstone varieties based on the some impurities in the chemical structure. Next. So we saw since I find that this particular seminar has some link with the astrology, so I made this, and I say all this you see the diamond, sapphire, pearl, coral, hessonite, chrysoberyl, yellow sapphire and emerald. Out of this the yellow sapphire, and ruby, this is ruby, they are all one mineral, that is corundum. So the idea of telling you here is that if you understand the mineral, it is much easier to identify it, because the optical and physical properties of this corundum is same. So only you have to, if you are getting a red corundum and you have this corundum physical or optical property, you can identify it. Next. Just to tell you this world of gemstone, it is divided into two. One is diamond, the rest one is colored gemstone. Huge money is involved for the exploration of or the mining of the diamond. Similarly for the colored stone. Next. Coming to this, just give a little try to some attention here. The global chain is more than $300 billion business, the jewellery, and if you see the value chain of the jewellery system, the first is that the sourcing, that is mining, sourcing and drop. We don't have this in India. It's mostly outside India. But the India is famous for the polishing, cutting and the manufacturing. So the major export of gemstone comes from this sector, not from the mining or the mining sector. So you can see the financial year 90 and 20, the India exports gemstone cut and polish like $39.56 billion. Similarly, you can see the figure. And if you see this total statistic, the India consumes 29% of the jewellery produced in the world. The 7% of the export of the gem and jewellery is on the GDP of India. So you can feel the importance of gem and jewellery sector. Again there is a prediction that we must go from $60 billion to $110. Recently our Prime Minister has given that the export which is being at the 35, it should be doubled to 70 billion. So that means there will be a lot of attention in this manufacturing, and also they are giving a lot of attention to the exploration and mining. Next page. The idea of showing this Timur ruby is, it is one of the oldest, biggest ruby in 13th century. But originally it was known as ruby, but subsequently with the development of gemology it was found to be a spinel. So a ruby can be mistaken if somebody can give you a spinel telling that ruby. So that's how you have to use your knowledge, which you will be hearing, and Madam Minu would also give lot of knowledge about this. Next thing. Again the crown of Victoria. This one was originally is known as ruby, but subsequently it turned out to be a spinel, because when the knowledge, gemology knowledge increases, they found that it is not ruby but a spinel. So spinel is again a two-bit system. You can get blue spinel, that also can go for sapphire. Next please. Again, another interesting thing is the Saint Wenceslas crown. All along they are thinking that all these threads are ruby, but subsequently when the gemology knowledge was developed and they did the ultraviolet simulation, they found that the center one is not glowing. The ruby glows under ultraviolet rays. It is not glowing. So that means it's a tourmaline. So subsequently it is found a tourmaline, red tourmaline can be also passed on as a ruby. So this, I am trying to show this because these are historical things, how people have been confused over centuries. Next please. Now coming to this, with keeping this background as a natural, and there is a possibility of within the natural there may be, say for example, a blue sapphire can be passed on, can be mistaken if there is a blue kyanite. So there may be a synthetic corundum. There may be some inferior quality corundum which has been treated into a beautiful blue color. So this is how the gemologist role comes to play, the identification of the gemstone. So if you do the identification of gemstone, as I said, it has to be non-destructive. So for non-destructive, you all have to go to this, that physical properties and optical properties, and for most of the gemologists you will find, first they will observe the color. The color is a very, the moment they find red, so it will be a ruby related thing they will think. If it is blue, then it is a sapphire related. Sorry, the previous one. So when the gemstone is transparent, refractive index is the most vital character which it will give you a quick reference to the mineral. Along with that is the specific gravity. Beyond that, there are many other optical physical properties which when you do practical you will understand, that will help you to identify the gem. Next thing. I have just given for certain optical physical properties what are the instruments you require. Next thing. This is how in Geological Survey of India a flow chart is followed if a stone is given and how they follow the procedure, and finally they name the stone. So it is very good if it is a natural. You can find out whether it is a beryl, whether it is a tourmaline, or whether it is a corundum. It is much easier. But many times you will find the gemstone which is not matching into this, and then they are giving you some say a synthetic ruby. All characters of the natural ruby will be same, but then some internal characters will be different. It is not natural. So that's how the gemologist would try to understand. For a geologist, it is much easier to find out the natural mineral. But for find out the other than natural mineral, it is the role of the gemologist where you need some specialized knowledge. Next thing. All these instruments you would be using, these are all for conventional testing, and the most important would be this microscope for a geologist, because a geologist can easily understand the internal feature and understand whether there is a fluid inclusion, whether there is a mineral inclusion. So it helps a lot. Next. So this is is how the GSI gives a certificate with all these parameters. I have given a comparison from the GIA. So they record once a sample is given, they measure weight, they see the cut and the shape of the gemstone. They also see the other parameters, they record it. So this is a typical conventional gem identification. This is how the certificate is given. Next please. Next. 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 So here, before I show some slides, I just wanted to tell you that for every natural mineral, there may be different kinds of things which will be mixed up. As I said, for a ruby, there may be a tourmaline. So that we may call it as a natural simulate. There will be synthetic simulate. There may be the ruby, synthetic ruby. So that has to be also understood. Maybe synthetic but not ruby. But the red color synthetic, there may be some material, fake artificial glass. The red color glass can be also passed on as ruby. Similarly, you find, because the ruby and emeralds are very costly gemstones, so you will find a composite stone. Down below for a emerald, they will put a quartz pavilion and they will put a strip of emerald on the top and they will glue it, fix it. From top you will find that it's an emerald. So one gemologist has to find it out. Next please. From here on, I'll just show you that how three different minerals have different types of material available in the market. So we are looking for diamond. So all diamond, you will feel that all looks like diamond. But then these are all cut and polished. So now you have to do the testing. Next please. When you do the specific gravity, you remember the diamond is 3.52. It's very, very specific gravity. So all the 3.52 will be our attention. Because the rest of the things are not diamond, they are different things. So that you have to find out. They all look same. But then here you can see it is a cubic zirconia. The specific gravity is 5.13. It has to be understood. Next thing. Now you can see the categorized based on the specific gravity. The different minerals can be categorized now. Next thing. Now in the market diamond, you get a material of specific gravity 3.21, which is nothing but a moissanite, synthetic moissanite, which is the maximum duplicate diamond which is sold in the market. Next is the cubic zirconia. The rest other things, the topaz, sapphire and zircon, all these things we can identify. But then this is have to be differentiated based on the specific gravity. Next. Next. Now we have removed all the edges which is not diamond. Next please. So this is moissanite is looking like diamond. We will see. Next please. Now we then do the further studies. Topaz can be easily identified from its RI and internal exposure. Moissanite can be found out because of the internal feature and its specific gravity is less than diamond. Next please. Next please. There are some diamonds which we thought that they are natural diamond. This is actually a natural diamond. When you get the mineral inclusion as it is of the natural simulating the natural environment. But you will get inclusion which is not natural. Some pieces metallic phases. So that indirectly tells that this is a synthetic. This may be a magnetic, it may attract magnet. So this knowledge is actually with the gemologist. Next please. Then again some of the diamonds to remove the inclusions, they will be doing the laser drilling. They will take out, scoop out those dark particles from the diamond, make it beautiful. Sorry, previous one. There are some diamonds they will be using high pressure and high temperature and to make the inclusion within it. Next please. Next. 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 So for one natural diamond, you may get in the market so many varieties. So that is how the gemologist comes to play. That's how I say authentication of gems. So one has to have knowledge of the natural material, also understand about the synthetic, and also about the treatment. Next page. Here you just see, because I will not take time by studying. This is I am showing for ruby. There is one natural ruby. You see the variety. Please go. Please. The same specific gravity and RI. Next please. There are spinel, there are acid, there are this tourmaline, pyro, garnet. So different red color material. Next one. Next please. Next. So sorry. The natural will have some natural feature within, you will see under microscope. I want to explain that how for one natural mineral you get variety. Next please. Next please. You see the normal, any gemstone rock, when you fashion it into a beautiful gem, this cutting and polishing, this enhancement is not considered, it is considered as a genuine. So nobody bothers about it, because that is how you make beautiful of a gem. Next please. But then there are different enhancement method, treatment method, which you can quickly see. A quartz can be dyed to a green color and pass it on as an emerald. You can make it out under microscope. A coral can be a white, inferior quality can be dyed to red. So it has to be known. Next please. Similarly, there may be a chemical bleaching. You can change the color of a inferior quality jade into a beautiful green. Next please. There are diamond which is the pure white diamond is a particular price. If it is pink, then the price enhanced. So what happens? How they make it pink? Many times with the diamond they will put the coating. Next please. Some coating they will always put below the gemstone and they will change the color. And since it will be in the range, you won't be knowing it. Next please. Many places the inferior quality gemstone having fractures. If there is a uniform surface, the light reflects and gives you the good color or good reflection. But because of the fractures, the light doesn't reflect properly. So what they do is they do some filling, and mostly done for ruby and also emerald. This is how the fractures are filled with glass, and the inferior quality has been emerald has been made all right. But when you see under microscope, these glass filled fractures can be, it will reflect light. You can make it out. Next please. Similarly, the inferior quality rubies are filled with lead glass and the quality is enhanced. So the diamond also fractures are filled with lead glass, the quality is enhanced. Next please. Again, as I said, there are many inferior quality gemstones, the sapphire known as Geuda in Sri Lanka, they are treated in furnace and the color is drastically changed. They are made into beautiful blue sapphire. But then you can identify under microscope if you have knowledge about it. Next please. Now the electric furnace are used to change how the color changes of a different sapphire. So the left side is the original and how they are changing. Next please. The same thing, how the Tanzanite color can be enhanced, the inferior quality Tanzanite can be made into a beautiful blue color. Next please. Similarly, there are certain diffusion process, I think Madam will tell. There is a diffusion process, that means titanium diffusion or beryllium diffusion. If you have titanium diffusion, the color will change into blue of a inferior quality. If it is a beryllium diffusion, the color will change into the reddish pink. And this, when the diffusion treatments are done, you can know under microscope, because the high temperature was used and there the mineral grains will melt, so that you can make it up. Next please. This is again also shown how the beryllium is diffused in a inferior quality condom and made into either yellow or a pink. Next please. All this here, but then Maybe, as I said, the yellow sapphire mostly found in India are treated one. So under microscope, you can see some kind of a melting feature which indirectly tells you that these are being subjected to subsequent high heat. Next please. I have already spoken that beryllium diffusion, titanium diffusion, how the surface are changed, color is changed. Next please. Now the diamonds are changed. The inferior quality diamonds, by high pressure temperature, they can be made into beautiful colorless diamond. It's very difficult to identify the conventional method. So that's how the challenge comes for gemologists. Next please. As I said, the type 1, type 2 diamond, nitrogen or without nitrogen, different pressure temperature, the color can be changed. The same inferior quality diamond. So it is very difficult to identify by the normal conventional instrument. Next please. Again, irradiation process, inferior quality topaz can be changed into a beautiful blue color. Diamonds are mostly to change color, irradiation is now the radioactive dose is given to change its color. Next please. So to summarize it, to tell you that the conventional gem testing or authentication is different for normal material. But with the advent of the treatment and enhancement, you need very sophisticated instruments like FTIR, Raman spectroscope, VDXRS. So these are now, the lab has to have this kind of instrument to understand the nature of the material. Next please. So detection only by advanced gemological instrument is very essential. Next please. So to summarize, this is let us try to understand in next seminar. So what is the domestic gem and jewelry market share? We do not have any data. We have data on export. We don't have on the domestic market. What are the domestic market share of diamond and colored gemstones? How much diamond and colored gemstones are being used as a studded jewelry? How much is the influx of mix-up? We don't know that how much is the synthetics or treated. There is no guideline in our country. So any lab can give anything, but only the reputed lab can follow certain guidelines, but there is no government guideline. There is no harmonization of laboratory protocol. Suppose you have a laboratory and I have a laboratory, there has to be the same material, the certificate has to be same. So that is also missing in our country. So there are no policy regulations. We have that is in the USA, we have in the China, we have in the Japan, where the certification process are guided by certain government policies, but not in India. So these are all we have to think about it. Next. So thank you very much. So this is a diamond from Panna. Sometime back they got about 37.4 carat. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for such an illustrious lecture. I must admit, before today, I have never seen such a beautifully described gemstone related talk, which is, I think, as a geologist, he knows the ins and out, and as a gemologist, as we have already mentioned while honoring him, that he gets inside the gemstones and tells us the story. Thank you very much for a brilliant talk this afternoon. And I must also tell you, Bhaisab, that never before after a tea break the hall was this much filled. So I'm going, I think we are going to see much better, much interested students coming through, and they would be there. The next talk would be by our Makki Sahab, and I think you. Thank you very much.
I tried, respected sirs, students and friends. Today I am going to present to you minerals that are occurring in basalt in Maharashtra state and also southern Gujarat and many parts of Madhya Pradesh. So what we see today is mineral specimens, how they are mined, and some gemstones also. So as you all know, as geologists, the southern Deccan province, the Deccan Peninsula, was created out of basalts, and there was a thick layer of basalt when there was a very intense volcanic activity about between 65 and 60 million years ago, and flood basalts were spread, the lava was spread and it cooled down, and during the process of cooling down, there were various geophysical instances involved, like mixing of air, gas, steam, water, all these things, and various chemicals. And because of the gases and air and all that, some cavities were formed in the basalt. And these cavities in course of time, over millions of years, were filled by minerals. Various minerals which we find in the state of Maharashtra, and majority of those minerals are zeolites. And we also find other minerals like calcite, agate, and many other things, quartz also sometimes. So today I am going to show you the zeolites mostly, how they are mined, and the specimens. And I'll try to make it as short as possible because the lunch time is approaching. This is a typical hill terrain in Maharashtra, with the huge mountains are formed because of the lava flooding, and you can see the different lava flows at various times, which eventually led to the building of this mountain. This is the site of the quarry in basalt, quarry where basalt was being quarried, and first this is the overburden on the solid rock of basalt, which has weathered over a long period of time. This is the typical quarry of basalt in Pune and Waguli, and similar quarries are found all over Maharashtra near big towns and cities, and many of these quarries have got high mineralization in basalt, and minerals are found, but also there are many quarries where half-trapped basalt is found, black basalt without any mineralization. So there are no minerals of any kind, even zeolites are not found there. These are all huge boulders of basalt. Another typical quarry of basalt in about 100 kilometers from Pune. These are the columnar basalts in Madhya Pradesh at Dharampuri. This is the coastal area where the sea is touching the basalts. These are the Ajanta caves which have been filmed from a long distance. There is a place called Viewpoint from here. The entire semicircle of hills is visible, and you can see all the cave in your view. This is the close-up of the one corner of the Ajanta and Ellora cave, and these have been carved about between 1,000 years and 800 years. And the rock is basalt. This is again a typical quarry in Maharashtra. You can see a lot of basalt around, and you can find some mineralization here. This is how the basalt is mined for development purposes, for making aggregates, for concrete, and for making roads and various different building purposes. So as I told you, during the formation of the basalt from the molten state to the solid state, various cavities were formed, small and big. These are the smallest cavities in a vesicular basalt, which are again filled with minerals, as you can see. And I have spoken about the process of how these cavities are formed and the minerals are formed. This is slightly bigger cavity, it's all full of minerals. And you can see high mineralization in the basalt all around. Again you can see a pipe amygdale. Some cavities can be huge where several people can go inside and stop. And so the geologists are disputing whether it is a cavity or a lava tube. A typical cavity will be like this in the basalt. You can see a man inside, and there were some minerals which is trying to take out. Another cavity with already minerals have been taken out and packed out. That's my son sitting near a cavity.
Wow.
These are the apophilites. This is from Jalgaon in northern Maharashtra, and apophilite with the pink stuff that you see is still white, and you can also see a calcite here. Now you can see yours truly sitting here. This was 1962, and you can count the years on your fingers how long back it was. And I was mining, I was looking for plant fossils in Chandrapur in 1962, and those people here, they are the local Gond tribals. The drilling is being done in basalt quarry. This was in 1972. You can
It's
see
you? It's you?
Very tough to believe.
You can see a cavity here, and also a cavity here, and you can see here the Kodak film. There was no digital camera that time, so we had to develop a film, take pictures and develop the film. It was a long drawn process. Here we can see a cavity being taken out, and some minerals, they are carefully packed in boxes like this. Again, when they do digging for construction, for foundation, for making big buildings, that time also there is a lot of excavation of basalt, and during that time, sometimes, occasionally the minerals also are found because the cavities are exposed. Many quarries which you have seen now near the cities and towns, they are being closed down because of the various environmental restrictions and noise pollution and dust pollution and all that. So the government is banning that, and that's how minerals are being, found in lesser and lesser quantities. Another source of minerals, good minerals, crystalline minerals, are the water wells. When they dig wells in Maharashtra, it's about 20 feet diameter, and they go down up to 150 feet down. And at that time, it is the same process what is being done in the quarry, the excavation of basalt. So when the basalt is being excavated, if in 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million chance, if there is a cavity down there where they excavate, the cavity will become exposed and the minerals there are found. Now here I am going down a well. This well was about 120 feet deep, and there were some spectacular specimens of mesolite and red stilbite. This is a typical well in the field. The farmer makes such wells to get water during the dry season, and they make such walls to prevent muddy water in the flood during the flooded times going in the well. This is a typical well in Maharashtra. So when there is no crane was available, I used to go down like this with a rope, but I can't do it now. I'm coming up from a well, another well. You can see here a cavity in a well and with some minerals there. This is a cavity of green apophyllite. That's my son sitting inside a cavity. Another green apophyllite here. This was found in a well near Ahmednagar. These are scolecite balls in the cavity in the roof as well as in the bottom at the floor of the cavity.
What's the mineral?
Scolecite.
Scolecite.
Yeah.
It is silicate.
Yeah. Calcium aluminum hydrosilicate.
Okay.
The cavity of green apophyllite. This was in 1978. This was sometime in 1995. Scolecite, again crystalline apicular
crystals.
Yes. Sometimes the cavities can be so big a man can go inside.
Beautiful.
This is the cavity of scolecite, beautiful balls with orange stilbite. And I also write articles in foreign magazines in US, Germany, France, and this was so, they found it so attractive and appealing that all 4 magazines printed article about it at the same time, which is a very rare occurrence. Usually they don't print what the other magazine is printing.
So it is in Maharashtra?
This was in Maharashtra, about 200 kilometers north of Pune.
Wow.
This is Pentagonite. It is found along with the Cavenzite in the same quarry, and you can see some modernite crystals around it. These are all fibrous crystals, and the Pentagonite crystals are, the chemical and geophysical properties are the same, only the crystal habit differs from the Cavenzite. This is again a green apophyllite in a cavity. Green apophyllite. Green apophyllite. The green color is because of vanadium. This is a stilbite with pointed apophylites. I think you have a specimen like this in your museum. This is my storage place in Pune. This is a chalcedony on a petal stilbite. This is Cavenzite. Now we don't get Cavenzite anymore because the quarries have been closed down due to environmental factors, and town planning people have closed down the quarries, and all those quarries are being reclaimed by land filling for real estate purposes. It's about 25 kilometers east of Pune. And Pune is the only place in the world where this cavernite is found. Also apophyllite, that is Thompsonite. These are Thompsonite and Assangeite. Still white on chalcedony. Apophyllite is still white. This is crystalline quartz from Himalayas. This is cavernite again.
Oh, beautiful.
This is a heulandite crystal. This is a heulandite crystal growing on a chalcedony. Calcite on chalcedony. Green apophyllite on still white.
Oh, superb.
And this is heulandite on chalcedony. This is again Pentagonite. Blocky green apophyllite with still white. Blue chalcedony. This is again Thompsonite. And this is green apophyllite, pointed green apophyllite. Another specimen of the red one is heulandite, and the pink one is still white, and then you can find a pseudomorph of calcite also here. This is a ball of mesolite. Calcite on chalcedony. The huge piece of calcite, optical calcite.
You can see the blink.
This is fluorite. You find fluorite near Nasik and in some areas in eastern Madhya Pradesh. Fluorite on amethyst and crystalline quartz. So this fluorite is growing on crystalline quartz. A huge ball of scolecite. Another heulandite and still white growing on chalcedony, blue chalcedony. Green apophyllite on still white. This is again fluorite on. This is all crystalline quartz, and that is red fluorite. You can see a huge cavity which has been gouged out of the rocks very laboriously.
Yes.
And it weighed about 1.5 tons. I offered this to the museum in Mumbai, what is that? Jijabai Museum something, very big museum in Maharashtra, in fact in India. And the curator said, no sir, we don't have a place to keep it.
Here we have got a lot of space to keep it.
These are all assorted minerals from Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Zeolites and quartz and all that. This is scolecite with still white. This is fluorite. As I told you, it's growing on amethyst. You can see this amethyst. This is very tiny apophyllite on quartz. This is a botryoidal chalcedony. This is green apophyllite. It was known as disco ball green apophyllite, and when it came out, there was a sensation in the academic world because never before they had found a crystal habit of apophyllite or any zeolite like this. So the article that I wrote was published in 3 magazines, 2 in US and 1 in Germany and also in French. And they made posters of this, and they made posters of this for big exhibitions in France, Germany and US, and they were prominently displayed. and this was the most sensational, attraction in the exhibition. Now here you can see Amazonite from Orissa, smoky quartz from Karur, Tamil Nadu. This is ametrine, very enthusiastically. Students, and then next day they bring their parents to come and see. And they are taking notes. The school children, they are taking, because the teacher has told them to make notes. So they take notes, and everybody behind them is held up. The whole line is held up. So I have to keep shouting, please don't take notes, keep see, enjoy, and keep moving. So in the buses, like municipal buses, the conductor shouts, "Aage chalo, aage chalo." Like that I have to tell them, keep moving. This is a very, very prestigious, prominent magazine published from America, and if you have any interesting mineral, you have done research, you have personally gone and collected those minerals, and you write about it, the location, how you found it and all that, then they print along with the photos. It takes about 2 years for them to print once you give them, because there's so many scholars are submitting their articles. So there was a find of a apophyllite, and they printed in this. This was also in a well, the cavity, and they printed on the front page. This is a German magazine in 2007. This was in 2002, the disco ball green apophyllite, and it was published in America. This was in Germany. This was again in America, and there's a picture of Morganite, French magazine. Inside there is an article. Oh, thank you so much for your patience, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Delivering his lecture, I requested my elder brother Dr. Vibhuti that I wish to say something about Mr. Makki. And he said that you go to the stage and express your views. So there are a few things which I would like to share with you. I'm Dr. Sudhir Malhotra. Till very recently I was the head of Biochemistry Department, which is very close to this place, Geology. And I consider myself to be an integral part of Geology Department. I keep on hopping between the two departments.
No doubt, absolutely.
One thing, there are a few things which I could stop myself sharing with you people. As you all are very well aware of the fact that we are very recently we witnessed a very big pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. And it was June last year that I was going to Bombay, now it is known as Mumbai, to be with my younger brother Sandeep Malhotra. And I keep on visiting Dr. Rai's residence very frequently. And then I told him that my daughter is doing job at Pune. So I have to a full 3 days program to go to Pune. तो इन्होंने कहा भाई एक सज्जन से आप मिलिए तो आपको बहुत मजा आएगा. मैंने कहा बताइए. बोले मिस्टर मक्की है वहां पर, उनसे मिलिए. मेरी फितरत ऐसी है कि मैं लोगों से मिलने मुझे बड़ा मजा आता है. मैंने कहा बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जरूर मिलेंगे. तो इन्होंने मक्की साहब का नंबर दे दिया. मैं बॉम्बे पहुंचा, मैंने इनको फोन किया, मैंने अपना इंट्रोडक्शन इनको बताया. उस समय मैं हेड भी था और मैंने इनको बताया कि साहब मैं आया हूं यहाँ मलाड वेस्ट में ठहरा हूं. तो इन्होंने कहा अरे मुझे तो बॉम्बे आना है. तो मैंने कहा फिर मुझसे मिलिए. बट ही टोल्ड मी नहीं अभी मैं बहुत बिजी रहूंगा बॉम्बे में, तो यू कम टू पुणे एंड देन मीट मी. So I told him that this is the hotel where I will be staying with my younger brother and my wife and my daughter, and she had made arrangements for our stay at Pune at Sayaji International Hotel. तो मैंने कहा I will keep full 1 day for you. तो ये बात तय हो गई कि हम लोग मिलेंगे. Then he came to my hotel at about 9 in the morning and he picked me up, and my wife and my brother were very excited कि भाई तुम किससे मिलने जा रहे हो. मैंने कहा आई एम गोइंग टू मीट अ वेरी ओल्ड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन, मैं जिंदगी में इनसे कभी नहीं मिला। मैंने कहा मेरे बड़े करीब है लेकिन तुम लोग नहीं जानते हो तो इनकी बात जा रहे तो ठीक है। Then he took me to his warehouse, his showroom, and the next 3 hours I was spellbound. अभी जब इनका लेक्चर चल रहा था लोग कहते वाह 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 क्या चीज है। मैंने ये ज्यादातर चीजें इनके साथ इनके शोरूम में देखी। तो मैं जब वहां गया तो my interest in geology and gemology increased by leaps and bounds, and it is the teachers of the geology department who must be seeing this sudden change in my behavior that मेरा एक पैर यहाँ रहता है, एक पैर वहां रहता है, एक पैर यहाँ रहता है, एक पैर वहां रहता है। इन्होंने मुझे बहुत सी चीजें दिखाई, एमेथिस्ट दिखाया, जमुनिया दिखाया। जियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में जो एक म्यूजियम विभूति राय साहब ने बनाया, वो तो आप सब लोग देखिए ना, साइंस फेस्टिवल में भी म्यूजियम, इट वाज ओपन टू द जनरल पब्लिक एंड इन्होंने कहा कि 80% एग्जिबिट्स इन्होंने दिए हैं। सो एंड देन इनको जर्मनी जाना था, इनको अमेरिका जाना था, इन्होंने शिपमेंट्स दिखाए मुझे, इन्होंने बहुत सारे गिफ्ट्स भी मुझे दिए जो है। और मैं भी बॉम्बे से गया तो इनके लिए बहुत सारी गिफ्ट्स लेके गया था जो है, जो मैंने अपनी वाइफ से कहा था कि आई एम गोइंग टू मीट अ वेरी ओल्ड फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन। उसके बाद ये ड्राइव करके मुझे अपने घर ले गए, इन्होंने अपने बेटे से मिलवाया, अपनी बहू से मिलवाया, और इनके घर में भी बहुत सारी एग्जिबिट्स हैं। मैंने सब अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं, जो आप लोग स्लाइड्स में देखे तो मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे, तो मुझे बहुत मजा आया जो है। फिर सारा दिन मैं इनके साथ रहा और फिर इन्होंने मेरे होटल मुझे छोड़ दिया जो है। तो इनकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतना कम है, क्या तारीफ की जाए। लेकिन यहां इस मंच पे छोड़ने से पहले मैं 2 बातें और कहना चाहूंगा जो है कि जियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट हैज गॉट 2 टाइप्स ऑफ जेम्स। One are the non-living gems which you see in the museum, and other are the living gems. Gems like my elder brother Ajay Mishra, the head of department. Rubies and emeralds like Professor Vibhuti Rai, Professor Ameshwar Bali, Professor Purnima Bali, Dr. Ajay Arya, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Manoj Yadav जो है। Whenever I come to this place, I never feel like I belong to biochemistry department. I always feel that I am an integral part of this geology department जो है। So I couldn't stop myself for expressing these sentiments जो है, that for a person of biochemistry and biotechnology, we are running 2 courses, and ours is one of the oldest biochemistry departments in India, set up by legendary Professor P.S. Krishnan, who did his PhD with Dr. Sumner, who got awarded Nobel Prize in 1926 for the crystallization of the enzyme urease। और मैं एक शेर से अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा कि मक्की साहब लखनऊ आए हैं, लखनऊ के बारे में एक शेर अर्ज है कि लखनऊ महज कूचाओ बाजार नहीं, लखनऊ महज कूचाओ बाजार नहीं, लखनऊ महज गुंबदो मीनार नहीं, और इसके दामन में मोहब्बत के फूल खिलते हैं, इसके दामन में मोहब्बत के फूल खिलते हैं, और इसकी गलियों में फरिश्तों के पते मिलते हैं।
एक छोटी बात बताता हूँ, I don't have any degree in geology. I never studied geology. It's all about practice for 60 years. I was helping my dad, and I have done my masters in English literature.
अभी देखा आपने कितना पत्थरों में कितनी पावर है। बायोकेमिस्ट्री जियोकेमिस्ट्री में कर
Stage Mr. Gautam Kumar Dinkar, Senior Geologist, DGM. Sir, please come on the stage.
And one thing is that, okay, this is our opportunity from the directorate and our proud, just in collaboration with this Lucknow University, we are here to present the Directorate of Geology Mining their work. Okay. The Directorate since 1955 working on the major minerals, and later on from the professors of the Lucknow University, they have established for some investigations on granite and stones, granite and sandstone mainly at that time, and we are cashing at now at this stage as a part of the revenue to the government. And later phase, at presently I think I am able to recognize that it is a 13th 5-year plan from starting at 1955. We are working on dimensional stone presently in Lalitpur, Jhansi, Sonbhadra and part of the Banda. We have seen and observed, this is part of the mineral resources of Uttar Pradesh only we have, and many minerals we have identified, and exploration has been carried out on these following minerals. Mainly precious metals, directed and work on gold, platinum, lead, zinc, copper, gold in Girar of Lalitpur district, platinum of Ikona Dangli Madara belt in Lalitpur district, and gold in Sonbhadra Hardi village. Apart this, lead, zinc, copper in Sonrai in Lalitpur district, and dimensional stone mainly presently we are talking about. Work has been carried out in Lalitpur district, Lalitpur, Jhansi, Banda and Mahoba district. Dimensional stone, as we have covered, granite, sandstone, dolostone and limestone. Mainly we have worked on sandstone and granite, mainly in Jhansi and Lalitpur. Round about 333 areas are very potential for granite in Lalitpur and Jhansi. For this 22 blocks we have observed and sanctioned for mining. And apart this, for sandstone only Lalitpur district we are working for mining. There 19 blocks are there for sandstone mining. Reserve is so much and working is being carried out by our department. It is our proud, apart this dimensional stone, we have given a mineable block on rock phosphate. That is about 16 million tons. Huge deposit for the 50 years for mining. This is our proud for DGM. And apart this, gold and iron is being working is going on to advertise for mining. And in the third phase, a block of platinum will be given out for the mining also. Dimensional stones are being mined and time to time their blocks are given to the auction. Thank you. This is.
As well as in dimensional stone has been a subject which has not been given enough of importance by Government of India and Uttar Pradesh government. Most of the time, the various agencies were interested in just two subjects, as I say. One was sand, the other was modern. And 70% of the need of the country for sand and modern is being taken care of by the Directorate of Geology and Mining of India. Now, many a times we forget that these are also the resources. The Uttar Pradesh government, which could come out of the pandemic situation, providing various vaccines and other facilities to general public, especially the poor and village people Still, for next 3 months, they are going to provide it. It's our main resource is sand and morang, and as you can understand, other than that, we have practically no collection, some GST collection, that's all. So revenue-wise, our entire exchequer of the state is being taken care of by DGM, as Dr. Dinkar has just enumerated. The potential for rest of the minerals we have to look into. When we say gemstones, now a small piece of object, I have seen even a sandstone being worn as a gem in a ring. It was polished in a mirror polish manner. Now we have that German technology. And then many a times calcretes, they have been polished so well, they look beautiful. And of course we have the shajar in Banda, that is a very important, beautiful gem, where you can see the imprint of a plant or a tree or a shrub or a painting or a scenery, and nowhere else in the world you get that quality of it. Now after this one district, one product which was started by Aditya Yoginath ji, and we have seen now that Banda has come on the international map, and that polished stone is amazingly beautiful. I have had collection of some 400-500 small pieces of it, and they are wonderful stone. So it's just a matter of chance where, as a geologist, we are able to look for something and try to explore it. And we must always, many a times, general perception is कि उत्तर प्रदेश में तो कुछ माइनिंग इंडस्ट्री है ही नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में तो कुछ जेमस्टोन मिलता ही नहीं है, मगर 70 से 80% बालू और मोरंग हम ही दे रहे हैं, चाहे वो राजस्थान हो, चाहे वो मध्य प्रदेश हो, चाहे वो इधर उत्तराखंड हो, चाहे जितना भी विकास हो रहा है हिली ट्रैक में, वो सब यहीं से जा रहा है. तो अपने रिसोर्स को पहचानना चाहिए और खुशी भी होनी चाहिए. अब मैं खास करके बच्चों से ये कहना चाहूंगा कि नेवर हैव एनी इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स, जस्ट सी वेयर इट इज सुपीरियर. I was talking to our Deputy CM Maurya ji last year, and we told him about a project which would change the entire energy sector of the world. UP would be providing the entire electrical energy. Yes, we would be exporting. The only thing is, it's a matter of few years when it is going to be done. Anyway, thanks a lot. And for this technical session, I think on record I must say that one of the most beautiful sessions that we have had, where we had 3 lectures, and starting with J.N. Das sir, who has come all the way from Bhubneshwar, gave a brilliant talk on various facets of gemstones and as a geologist and gemologist, and then followed by exceptionally well-crafted presentation by Makki Sahab, who has a long stint, more than 60 years of exploration. We have seen when he was almost a child in 1962. I was 1 year old then. And he started his passion for this, and the way he was getting down into the well in such a dangerous manner, and not only one time, so many times. Still he goes actually, I know him, I have been seeing, and we are on Facebook connected, and we can see that he is so energetic and an inspiration to all of us. And not only that, he is such a magnanimous person. He has been donating so many things to different departments. I think no other person in geology fraternity, as he said, he is not a geologist, but nobody else has donated thousands of specimens to almost every institution of the country and museums. So the way we saw the work, and so it's a very small thing to say we appreciate it. I think we must get inspired And giving is something that gives the best of the pleasure. And as Mishra ji said, कि हम लोग तो कटोरा लेकर के इस डिपार्टमेंट को उत्थान करने में लगे हुए हैं, तो उन्होंने आज भी मक्की साहब ने एक बहुत अच्छे सेट साइट का एक स्पेसिमेन दिया है, which would be put there. And thank you very much for this. And of course, Dinkar Saab, on behalf of the Directorate of Geology and Mining, Madam Roshan Jacob, who could not come, he has presented very nicely the strength of this particular department and in what way our explorations are going on. And they have almost in a sumptuous manner, they have provided us the funding to organize this. Thank you on behalf of the department. And everyone is getting late for the lunch, but 3 o'clock was the time I have fixed because we got delayed. But some of the requests from students and others have come. Can we have lectures 1 or 2? I said no, we will follow the time schedule. So all of you are invited for the lunch, and after the lunch is still better, is still interesting, is still exciting talks are going to be. Thank you very much. Please.
In the country, the way you have selected it, and I will not speak on the ultra-Africa related talks in Bhubneshwar, but that is very confidential because state government people, they are also doing, suppose somebody leak it. So we will myself, because the author is myself and Prof. Vibhuti. So that is a very confidential, and that map is getting ready. I will hand over to Prof. Vibhuti. I have already submitted certain notes to him. So I will talk about the Panna diamond. In 1979, I was posted in the Panna to map the entire Panna belt and related rocks. That time we have located certain pockets in the conglomerates, and that conglomerates was highly damaging for us. And apart from that, some rock area, there was a gravel mine along the Bagan river. So they started telling कि वहाँ पर बुंदेलखंड के लैंग्वेज में कि जहाँ जहाँ पन्ना का राजा का घोड़ा गया था वहाँ डायमंड मिलेगा, और आप लोग साइंटिस्ट हैं उसके आगे खोजिए। मुझे बड़ा हिट किया मक्की साहब। मैंने क्या किया कि पहले से जहाँ पे जहाँ खत्म हो गया है वहीं पर मैं पहले गया आगे, और देयर इज वन प्लेस एक्चुअली दैट इज वेरी डेंजरस प्लेस फॉर records and destruction etc. So Bagan river is meeting with the Nile river, and because of the meters, tremendous amount of about 1 ton gravels to get 15 carat or 50 carat diamond. So I told that man, यहाँ तो बड़ा घोड़ा गया था क्या? यहाँ तो घोड़ा आगे क्यों नहीं गया? कहा नहीं, हम जब मुगलों से जब वार चल रहा था तो वार में राजा के पास पैसा खत्म हो गया था, तो उन्होंने कहा क्या करें, तो प्राणनाथ जी उनके गुरु थे, प्राणनाथ जी ने उनसे कहा कि हमारा घोड़ा जहाँ जाना था डायमंड माइनिंग स्टार्ट करो। तो देयर आर 2 types of mining there. One is the kimberlite or lamproite mining, which is done by the NMDC, National Mineral Development Corporation, and all the oil mines and conglomerates, they are under the control of the MP government. The central government that mine actually. So earlier, lot of scientific work was there, and the people said this is not kimberlite, this is the lamproite. And then I also worked on that lamproite. Really it is a lamproite. One lady from Calcutta, and with the assistance of the one fellow from London, they were together, and I was asked to show them the entire belt. So I took them to this thing from Panna to Ajaygarh, and then after that they had some program and they left it. So my topic is related with ultramafic that will be projected later on along in the same department along with the Vibhuti Rasa, because he is also of the ultramafics. So Dr. Actually the whole story, the Panna diamond mining was going on by the State Department, and State Department could not deliver anything. Ultimately it was for Government of India, I decided to have a top priority project, and I was in the laboratory, I was leading the belt. So and the entire diamond coming from the mining source, etc. It was deposited by to me only, and ultimately when I was going to retire, I said what to do with these diamonds. Then Chief Secretary said, why don't you carry these diamonds? Who is asking you? You can take it. No, I can't, because later on, but to determine certain period, you may raise question and that entire notice. Then they say one thing. Whenever the auction is going on, you have to be there. So auction is still going on. And the person who is sitting there in the auction, actually, he is a friend of Professor Vibhuti, and he has told, I got one diamond during the auction for Vibhuti. So I told him, why don't you give me? No, I have given him what, I will give it to him. That's why. So now because we are talking so much, because there is a very long story about that exploration, I will talk only the certain properties of diamond. That is most important for the students. One thing I am telling to the MSc students and geology students, they don't think that this is not important. I am quoting one quotation regarding this. Being a humble servant of society, geologists and gemologists come first, doctors and engineers afterwards. The moment I said this question in the Bijan Bhavan, Delhi, one doctor from Safdarjung hospital, he started asking me, I am surgeon, where your geology is coming? Tell me. I am producing you vanadium iron ore, chromium, minerals, etc. Life is prepared. If you want to do the lesser treatment, lesser surgery, I am giving you the lesser minerals. He kept mum. After some time, so many questions came to me. Tell me, when there is a fire, where your geology comes? Being staying in Delhi, you do not know. The one long coat was presented to Mrs. Indira Gandhi, and that too, the one mineral, only asbestos, very silken cloth was presented to her. If you jump in that fire, nothing will happen. That's why the fire brigade people, similar type of food is being given. So after that, lot of cleaning was there. So any other mineral, so one medicine doctor said, where your geology comes, I am a medicine doctor. And particularly I am treating asthma people. For asthma, we are giving you arsenic, arsenic minerals, cinnabar, indecent. Then he kept mum. Ultimately I presented the talk, and time was given to me. Then chairman said, no, extend the time for 20 minutes more. This was the brief story about the geologist, and that's why I quoted this quotation. All the geologists of this sitting in the stadium of this stadium should remember that being a humble servant of society, geologists come first, doctors and engineers afterwards. This is the quotation you should remember. So now I am coming to this diamond. Next, now this is all the properties of diamonds is given. The composition, carbon, color, colorless, and shades of yellow, tips, series, brown, series, and now crystal system is cubic, everything octahedra, mainly also offers as cubes, and then twinning is offered as octahedra meters, hardness is 10, then specific roughly 3.52. Cleavage perfect, octahedra, 4 directions. Direction from quadrant to uneven, and the luxuric I maintain. Next please. The cleavage in diamonds. This is very important. When the diamond is being cut by the cutters, they have to see which side the cleavage is there. If you cut like this, so it will break. So this remember before cleaving etc. They simply because I will show later. Let's this is now we have a same for crystal system forms. Crystal forms. Subject to be crystal. This is there. Next please. Optical properties. Different index is 2.4 and 7. That's why when we are doing the eye test in the laboratories, diamond cannot be because our reflectometer having the range of 1.8 or something like that. So that's why it is difficult. And mostly our laboratory where this gem testing is going on, they are having the reflectometer, but their diamond cannot be examined on the reflectometer. Dispersion is high, luminescence is variable, fluorescence of various colors. Under the long wave, ultraviolet glare, more consistent bluish, white, yellow or greenish fluorescence under X-ray. Occasionally they shows an intense blue or red. This is this absorption, restrictor. This we can read it. Just go ahead. The 2.5 per diamond, cushion cut diamond, fluoresces in daylight but not in intense recent light, such as the vision of a light bulb, which is a color shade diamond going from intense greenish yellow in fluorescent light or daylight to a rays brown in intense light. This is the optical properties of diamond. You can have a copy of this talk and distribute the students. This is electrical properties. Colorless diamonds are usually bad conductors of electricity. That's why in the Panna diamond field we are getting dark blue, blackish diamond. So when I was trying with the UV lamp etc., not fluorescent. Then why it is not fluorescent? Because it contains lot of boron. Lot of boron is there. That boron yielding not the property of this. So mostly Patrick Jewellery will throw light on this that why some of the diamonds they are not, because it is related with the carbon nitrogen association. So that part is different. This is the now one thing is there. Suppose you go to the market and want to buy diamonds and you don't have any instrument, only lasers. So you simply take the diamond, put it here. If it is cool, then there is chances of diamond. Synthetics, if you put the synthetic diamond, particularly here, the eyelid will not find any this property. So this is the one thing for the students. And the particularly diamonds, the corner passage, I will get certain lines again. So I have got some pieces to show you how it is cut and seen. Next please. We have got one conductor, because the moment you book your diamond tester, you will get the diamond with cover. Other will be also there, but the buildings of diamonds, the 3 million garment, the million garment, they will not give this property. So first, this is the structure for the carbon of the diamond and graphite. One thing I have noticed actually, at about 55 kilowatt pressure and 2000 temperature, the diamond is harvested. And if the no fluctuation is going in the carbon or graphite or diamond, at 1800 degrees centigrade, the diamond gets converted into graphite. And then just at the moment, that's why most of the diamonds will find some black infusions etc. graphite infusions there. So that's because when you see the diamond, you will find some dark clouds etc. In the back face, or real face or the top face that you will find. So this is the structure of diamond and graphite. Next please. This is for the student, this is given in the book. Let us go ahead. Formation. You can see, because there is no such thing here. About the diamond formation took place at about 185 kilometers depth or 155 to 200 kilometers. So when the mantle is charged with the lot of gases, carbon, nitrogen, etc. So tremendous pressure is exerted. And because of the pressure temperature system, key like this develop all along that mountain. And this pressure, gradually it's coming out. Carrying the diamond formation is just like during some time snow fall is going on, this and that. So get sound, etc. So within the chamber, that crystallization takes place. And diamond formation is there in the chamber. Because the lamprite and the timberlite, they carry the material at the top. If you go to Panna mine, now the mining has gone up to 105 meter. 105 meter deep they have gone. And during that portion, where the boundary of the timberlite is along with the Vogel sandstone, the water is coming along the contact of the timberlite and Vogel sandstone. So this is the formation. And this approval of this layer, and there is the melting here, the diamond formation zone, everything is given in this. Here you will get this portion, you get a good quality and good formation of diamond. If you come this side, you have boron to diamond from there. This side. Next please. Next. You see this is the, I was talking about this is the mantle and the timberlite or granulite is coming out, carrying the diamond here. So in Panna diamond belt, we have come to this stage, mining. Because we have tried other part of this, we have not gone to any. I will tell you about something about the alternative where this is going on. So next please. This is the world operation of timberlites and lamprites, etc. Next, occurrence. Well, Dr. Toy has already given some background about the occurrence of diamond and etc. How the prevalence and distance, the formulas we came to India, and this story I do. Just go ahead. Of this, Dr. Ram has told the puzzle diamond and distance system. This is the whole story. I will simply tell about the Panna. One businessman came to Panna, and that time came to Panna, and he started the gravel mining, the conglomerate mining he started. During that time, there was tremendous occurrences of diamond. That is near Patna, about Sahidan village. The village name is Sahidan. There he got tremendous amount of diamond. And now we find lot many pits carried out by them. Then the government of India asked us, why don't you map this area? Map and have a pit up to 60 meters, 20 meters. So there was no ladder provided to us. We simply go to the deep with the somebody is taking the overweight and gradually we were mining the conglomerate, the upper horizon of conglomerate and the gravel contact. So that only that portion should be taken out for treatment of the diamond. Yes, please. Now this is indicator minerals. Dr. Gaya, he was telling me ultramafic about that thing. So in some of the ultramafics, we got the indicator minerals. That is chrome dioxide and pyrocarbonate and spinel. These things we got in the river channel. Then ultimately I moved ahead. There may be occurrences of kimberlite or lamprite. So simply I followed the track actually along the Nala and came up. And there I found a big chunk of lamprite rock. And certain things are very confidential in the matter. I'm not going to disclose about, but I got it 2 deposits in Bundelkhand. And I'm waiting for Dr. Rai to take that area and then we'll publish the paper. Because I'm keeping this very separate. So these are the indicator minerals. You see, this is chrome dioxide and here it is spinel, and phlogopoint is not there, and this is pyrocarbonate. Next please. Types of deposit that we can pass out because this is very simple. Because Panna mine, we have circular, the clear cell body, we have channels of levels up to 6 meter, one road is the other road, like that only they have gone. So this is the Kimberlite, or now it is, since they cannot blast it, now they simply take a chunk and load it in the filler, depending upon the size as well. They reduce the size up to 5 meter also. If some diamond is there, they collect about the channel and keep it separately. Next please. Now they have Panna diamond belt has developed. Now they have earlier the entire material was loaded on the belt and coming to the surface, passing through several screens. Suppose the diamond is big, up to 5 meter of the screen is there, it will be collected there. Now not only they have done, ultimately now the separation is done, heavy media separation. And here, earlier it was not there. Now we have developed a heavy media separation, and the entire diamond coming through the belt is collected in this chamber. And after full day treatment, in the evening they collect the entire material for picking. So earlier picking was done by the ladies. They came to India during that war, Pakistan-India war, and they were given a place to stay there. So these ladies having no knowledge, they can't write anything, neither they can read anything. They are the best students. Only the government of India, the officers, I was around only hand is like this. Only hand, only pick the diamond, give it there. I must tell to the diamond pickers, they are so expert. Gradually they, while pulling like this, they grow this skin very long. And during picking, anyhow they are keep the diamond here. I was there only 6 diamond I saw. Ultimately I found the diamond is not there. So nobody is allowed to go out, and I started checking this. So one lady, inspector was called and check her. So that moment this is the inside. Simply sit, fall, called into this thing. So my God, I told him, when she was arrested, she was kept in the hospital. Next day, when the diamond was recovered, it came to me. I was very much hesitant to check that diamond because along with relating it has come. So
gut feeling आ गई फिर.
हाँ. अब दूसरे इन दो चौगानी के साथ और पिक्चर में कि जहाँ चाटने से बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन I have seen nothing has happened to her. So these pictures are so small. Only one hand is allowed, and this taking this. Now there is no question of this thing. Only final the best material. Suppose diamonds should not go out, so they are allowed to pick that material. So I invite all of you to come to Panna. I give you full support so that you can examine the process of this thing for formation. And I must tell you, the Panna diamond is best in the world because various colors. So there is no one lady from Australia. She met me. She said, our Lucknowphile is giving this type of diamond. Where the Indian diamond is not giving this property? I told him that first of all, visit to Panna mine. I will take you there and I will show you how the difference is there. So this is the plastic pan. You see.
चेंज कर दो.
आप कर दो.
Next.
It is not perfect.
Yeah, it's working now. Next.
Sir, yes, sir, it's working.
This is earlier when the conglomerate this level mining was mining, and NMDC was given about 70 square feet area in the near Ramtheria. The Ramtheria block only because lot of method is there how to produce, because it was very difficult to pick such a lot of material. So there was a washing pan was developed, and the villagers they are taken, if you deposit 100 rupees to the diamond office, and that is under the control of the collector. So there you will find the villagers, they will simply collect the diamonds, and simply prepare a circular pit, put the entire gravel in that pit and pedal it like this. During the course of pedaling, the entire coating etc., clay, iron etc., that is removed. Subsequent surface chambers are there, and the final chambers ultimately be spread over the surface, polished surface of the surface, and pick the diamond. So next please. This is the old separation, and
and water.
This is a model where the notation etc. This is the fluid. This is the fluid, and this particular circular are going on, and ultimately the sink, within the sink, the entire material is collected in the concentrated, and they take it to. This is the simple type of flow. Now it is the material is fed to this, and now it is the waste etc. floating surface. They will come out. Any question? Please. Actually, earlier in Panna diamond bed, the grease table separation was there. This is the bed, and inside of this, this is grease which you are using. So both sides, the diamond has got the property of sticking to the body of this bed, and the waste material is filled. So now you see here, the one inspector or sub-inspector of the mining department or NMDC, they are allowed to see when this separation is going on. Sometimes what happens, that some people they collect and stand there and collect the material there. Next please. Now the X-ray separation, this is the design is given, X-ray separation, X-ray separator. Now actually we are separating a heavy media separation that is more successful and not injurious to this. Please, next please. Now we will see the alluvial diamonds, the diamonds which are collected along the Bagan river up to Palinjar Port. From Panna to Palinjar Port, about 80 kilometers both beds. The gravels are 25 feet by 25 feet area is given to the person who is taking the lease of that place. And when the diamond is recovered, so diamond you have to deposit to the diamond office for auction etc. When the auction will over, whatever amount that you get from that diamond, 20% of that 20% of that amount is deducted from that source actually, and the remaining. So I will tell you two, three stories about this. Let us next please. See, I told you, we are getting diamond, blue, green, yellow, gold. Gold is mostly brownish and black in Panna. Glass is randomly oriented crystals are abrasive, and metals are triangular pillow-shaped crystals that are industrially useful. Carbonate is mixed diamond refined crystals which are using the diamond drilling bits. Mostly this is used. So, about suppose if you are getting a 100 diamonds, about 10-15 are mostly gem quality. Next, these are given for diamond cutting. Composite comprises the following shapes: making, cleaving, sawing, girdling, and presetting. These procedures are adopted during the final cutting of the diamond. Next, please. See, marking. When you take the diamond, you simply mark, because they see the cleavage, which side we should cut. So that's their marking. This marking phenomenon is going on here. Marking, cleaving, etc. I told you this is a procedure adopted for the cutting. Next, please. Sawing. Before this thing, this is the instrument used for sawing the diamond. After this thing, the diamond is then oval cut, and then marquise, and cut, pierce and cut, hard cut, bucket cut, and then emerald cut. Now, when you take the diamond, so you have to just measure. This is, suppose this is the Q-Lit and this is the top. So difference, what should be the ratio of this difference? If the top is about, say, 10 centimeter, then the preceding is this thing, then ultimate is. So you have to see what is the distance between the two, on the top and the Q-Lit. This is next we can do. Now quality. Now this is the procedure. This is DVS1, DVS2, DS1, DS2, SI1, 1 like this. So this is the, when the diamond is given to you, you want to see the properties of this thing, this you can use. Similar to the diamond are white sapphire, white topaz, white zircon, synthetic rutile, egg, cubic zirconia, and moissanite. These are the similars used in the diamond. Yes, please. White sapphire is sometimes used in the simulant. Yes, please. White topaz is used for the simulant. And white zircon is also used as simulant. Synthetic rutile. Next is yttrium aluminum garnet. 1% from Bangladesh and Bangladesh
speaker pass.
1% came to Panna to buy diamonds from Panna, and he said, "Sir, I don't have money. I want to exchange." So, lot of yttrium aluminum garnet and GGG, gadolinium garnet, he was keeping with him. So ultimately the people asked, what is the amount of this? She said, please, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, like this. So they came to me, because simply you just see that, take the diamond on a palm and see what is their heft, that is going to heft in there. So if it is very heavy, I found after the moment he gave me the diamond, it was very heavy. Look at this synthetic. He said, hey, I am taking this thing challenge, this is not a synthetic diamond. Uncle, this is diamond because the specific gravity is very high, weight is very high, and this kind of can't be. Then I simply took 2-3 minutes from that thing in the lab, and I told him, now you see, this is the real diamond of high carat, this is the cut. So ultimately the deal was not finalized. So like this cheating is going on. And during the Vatasa, I have found one thing, when the auction is going on, so many people, many ruffians actually will come, and we have to check when they are sitting there in the yard for buying the diamonds, so we have to examine. I do not know how I told the collector told me, please check up who is having dagger or pistol, etc. So I simply wrote this way. Without telling anything, that fellow was trying to hide. Then I told him, this, please put out the pistol outside. That time, there was havoc in the making. So this type of teaching is going on with diamond business. You have to be very careful. There is time is not there to narrate these stories because the next lecture is there. Now, cubic zirconia, monzonite, tabulite, and GGG by atrial Alluvial garnet, they are being used. One necklace, diamond necklace came to me for checking. One person, he purchased that necklace of 10 lakhs rupees and then he came to me. When I started checking, 27 were monzonite. Monzonite occur in orthorhombic system. So when you take a monzonite crystal, you simply turn this thing and simply see the crown faces or the pavilion faces, then doubling of this thing, cutting. So you can immediately, without taking any instrument, you can check and find out whether it is monzonite or diamond. Next, please. These are the minerals which are being used in monzonite. The next. Now you can see the property of monzonite. Monzonite is 2.65 Ri, dispersion 0.104, luster 20.40%, 4%, and then Mohs per hardness 9.45. Diamond is 10, but monzonite is 9.25, and the toughness is excellent, especially 3.21. The diamond is specifically 3.5. So now you see diamond 2.442 Ri, dispersion 0.00444, the luster 17.20%, hardness 10, and excellent, good, and especially 23.52. Cubic zirconia, Ri is 2.17. And this thing dispersion and the luster not available or not. The hardness is 8.25, toughness is good 5.8. You can very well find out the specific gravity is very low. As next one, please. Synthetic diamond. Recently, one person from Geology must be knowing, the fellow approached you also. He took CVD, chemical vapor deposit, and went to the laboratory, which some laboratories they have given, but this is diamond.
No, it's not diamond.
I will not name actually that.
It is a lab grown diamond. It will be lab grown.
Lab grown diamond. Yes. Because when it is given, all the properties of diamond is given. So that was CVD, chemical vapor deposit.
Yes.
So these are the properties synthetic diamonds. You can see high pressure, high temperature. Treatment is given. Dr. Das has already told.
India, okay.
Gem quality synthetic diamonds are given. Using the variants of this method, the most successful involves growing of diamonds in a flux of molten metal alloy. There are also vapor deposition methods of which operate at lower temperature and pressure and are usually used to produce thin films of industrial applicants. Next, please. These are the properties of disturbing whether synthetic diamond is a given property. And this is the properties of the synthetic diamonds. Next page. Now the industrial uses for drilling etc., grinding etc., this minerals are used. Next. Regarding the treatment enhancement, the laser treatment is also given. lesser treatment, irradiation, etc. is going on. The keep feeding of these things, sir. Next. Next. All these phenomena are used for enhancement. Next. Heat treatment of these properties are given by Dr. Das. Famous diamonds. Now, Convenor, gold, Regent, Aurum, and Tiffany. Next, please. This is the Convenor diamonds. On this property, 530 carat. Now the Convenor diamond. 191 carats. Next, please. Gold diamond. Gemstone from India is one of the largest blue diamonds known from India. Next, please. This is the Regent diamond. Rose cut diamond, Orlov diamond, rose cut, Orlov diamonds. Next, Tiffany diamonds. Next, gold, after this, there is something is missing. These are the famous diamonds of India, which have been taken by our English people, and now they are recently one lady came from Netherlands, and she wanted to buy Panna diamond. I told her, you are coming from such a good place, what is the necessity of coming to Panna for buying the diamonds? What property you will get? She told me that in our country they are demanding this thing, Panna diamond, for certain uses. Anaka, tell me what uses? So she said, it is very embarrassing, I can't tell. This is the property of Panna diamond. I can tell you one thing, one student of your department, of your university is sitting here. She was after Panna diamond. And almost suddenly he has lost it. Not lost it, he got it, she got it. So certain properties are there, and tomorrow when these scholars they will come out, they will deliver, they will talk about the Panna diamond. The beauty of Panna diamond is very famous. One truck fellow came to Panna carrying the one truck actually, and after that he just came to our office, said, I want to mine, one kindly arrange to allot one mine. And then ultimately the Panna diamond officer actually told that you can't get a mine here because you are not from MP. And then he came to me. I told him, why? Because he is from India, you give some place. He deposited 100 rupees to the diamond office and got, and I told him that you just go to nearer to the Ramkhija mine and you will get something. It was a tremendous toss of coincidence that the moment he has started mining, after 2-3 feet removing the soil, he got a zone of 6 centimeter thick gravel bearing zones and got 3 diamonds. The biggest one was 3.5, 2 carat and 1 carat. The auction was going on. He said, "Hamara diamond bhi auction mein kar dijiye." During the course of auction, he got 5 lakhs rupees for those diamonds. Then he said to the owner of the truck owner that I can't drive the truck up to Hyderabad. You send somebody to take the truck. The owner told, "Why you are not coming?" He says, "I'm not. I have left driving." And that time, one time, he was the biggest gravel mine owner. The only bad quality he developed that I don't tolerate, because of bad quality, he did not allow me to come to that mine. I told him, I have arranged that mine, you are not, you want the sue and then go. Then I asked him that you will come and touch my feet again. Ultimately, what happened? This entire money, he purchased car, this and everything.
he started selling because 3-4 mines yielded nothing, but the mining cost, etc. So ultimately, he has to beg actually. When I was coming, I just was going actually and went to want some pawn shop to take pawn. That fellow was sitting like this, covering his body with the gunny bags, and he with long beard. Ultimately, he started running and he caught my leg. I think he was not allowed to leave such a powerful he is pulled out. Then I told him, what do you want? How can you take your purse back? Then I gave him 2,000 rupees to purchase a cloth and go to Hyderabad. So diamond mining, Maki Sahab, I am telling you, Panna diamond mining, the syndicate, Fulgani syndicate, who developed a tremendous amount, not many buildings. His building has been spoken by the government. Now they are trying to come to SK developed. So during Panna diamond mining, this you have to be very careful, very honest, very sincere. If you are going out, then the diamond is still not 100%. I tell you my example. I was in the field and only I got one diamond 5 carat. So what I did, let us go and do deposit the diamond office, because when the diamond auction is going on, or something 26th January or 15th August, they give prizes to the person who has deposited the diamond to the diamond office. So I thought I will deposit this diamond. What is the amount they are going to give them? You know, only 50 rupees, 100 rupees. So who will go? And ultimately that's all. I thought I was a bad idea in my mind. Ultimately I put it here, and because of the hardness etc. and the cloth cut and diamond in the field.
जहाँ से आया था वही
चला गया। और मैं क्या बताऊँ डॉक्टर साहब कि मैं 1971 से लेकर 1989 तक वहाँ रहा। उसके बाद मैं दूसरे कंट्री में हमारी सेवाएं दी गई। तो बिकॉज द सोवियत इंडो सिम्पोजियम में वहाँ से लोग आए थे। अल्टीमेटली आई हैड टू गो देयर, एंड इन दैट कंट्री आई मस्ट टेल यू, आई एम नॉट हैविंग एनी प्राउड, इन देयर कंट्री आई लोकेटेड two mines, and they wrote to the ministry that Dr. Singh is retained here, because the only thing indicator metal identification. If you are going around the river in the field, you are just simply escaping, not concentrating, seeing that this thing metal. The most important thing in the field for students, when they should go to the field, you go to the field, see the river channels or streams are flowing with you. So because the spinel, the garnet, they are heavy. So that's why you have to see where the river or channel is meandering. I will take the professor to show that area where how we have traced this. When I have just tried and find out when the tidal garnet is flowing, it travels up to 9 kilometers. So from Panna mine, when we came to the this near to the one hut is there on the road, Panna Chhatarpur road. There only after that I am not getting. The biggest thing has happened that during the course of I thought to discover myself and Mr. Rao from Nagpur went to that area. They are simply flat down because surface pit is there very big. So I thought let us go. So Rao was smoking actually. I told him don't smoke. Ultimately, because of what happened, when he threw the cigarette, that immediately caught fire. These grasses were burned very fast, and we were in this field. All around we were surrounded by fire. Then the fire guard actually came and started telling us क्या होगा, इसमें हमारी सर्विस चली जाएगी ये हो, और हम लोग क्या होगा अगर कुछ नहीं तो क्लास चलेगी तो पेड़ पर चलना पड़ेगा. Myself and Mr. Rao, both were on that train. So diamond exploration is like that.
2019 में भी तो डॉक्टर कुछ लोगों ने धोखा दिया था आपको.
हाँ तो अब
यही लखनऊ के थे.
हाँ अब वो क्या था बताएं तो अब मेरा नाम बदल दिया हुआ है. हमको डॉक्टर जयंत सिंह कोई नहीं बोलता है, सब लोग डायमंड सिंह बुलाते हैं. तो Dr. Miश्ra and Dr. Vibhuti I'll never forget their name till I survive. They are having so much affection and love for me. And I have to change this talk because I'm going to talk something else. But see, this is when the diamond is going on and talks of gemstone and Jewellery, Pratikji and Minu Vyas, both of them, they are my students actually. Minuji is my student actually, then we are together in similar lines. And I do not know whether Minuji remember or not. I told the Marai Saab to give me this lower portion. They could not miss it. So, except lower portion, lower very the program was going at the top of the so then he said, you asked me to, I want to do the ground proportion. It can't be changed. So I, Minuji and Vimal are separately I just
So, it's my pleasure again that I extend my thanks with my bottom of heart to Dr. A. Singh, and I told you some moments that he is fatherly figure to me, and I am not, but he is also having a lot of affection and bestowed all the blessings to me. So in that case, I am very much proud of that, and I am happiest that I have discovered a diamond among the diamonds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this profound lecture. Now I would like to call on stage Mr. Pratik Jhaveri, CEO, Imrusa Gems, Tanzania, to deliver his speech on the topic Africa, the Wonderland of Gemstones.
Am I audible? My dear friends, respected members of the dais, Rai Saab, head of the department, Makki Saab, Singh Saab, Meenu ji, sincere thanks to all of you. First of all, let me tell you one thing, we have all had a wonderful lunch and it's a very good time to have a nap, but we'll do that after the Tanzania trip. So not now. I have been going to Tanzania since 1990 and shifted over there permanently since 1999 in a country called Tanzania. And Tanzania is very, very famous for a unique gemstone called Tanzanite. Tanzanite belongs to the zoisite family. I'll give you a small, brief description and details of Tanzanite. One very, very unique thing about Tanzanite is that all gemstones, rubies, diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, etc., 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 they are all found on multiple locations. You get rubies in Burma, you get in Tanzania, Kenya, Sri Lanka, a lot of places, Madagascar. But Tanzanite is the only gemstone in the whole world or bouquet of gemstones which is found only and only in one location in the whole world, and that is Tanzania. It is found approximately 70 kilometers south-southeast of Arusha, a town called Arusha, which is on the foothills on the mountain called Mount Kilimanjaro. Now let's have a brief description and history and the properties of Tanzanites. This is the map. This is the neighboring countries. This is what is Tanzania. This is Kenya, the neighboring Uganda. In in Tanzania, the capital is Dodoma, and this is the region where you have Arusha, and near Arusha is where Tanzanite is located. It will get clear when we move on to the next slides. This is the Mozambique Ocean, which was called idea introduced of a plate tectonic origin for the Mozambique belt, which is now commonly accepted. This is the Arusha region. This is the whole country of Tanzania. This is the Arusha region, which is enlarged over here. This is Mount Kilimanjaro. It is at the base of this Mount Kilimanjaro that the mines of Tanzanite are located. The surprising part is, out of the whole country of Tanzania, there's only one small strip of about 1.5 kilometer by 7 to 8 kilometers in which you have the Tanzanite bearing veins. Now, if you will look at this part, I will go to the critical part immediately. This is the Tanzanite mineralization zone. If you look at it, this is the Tanzanite mineralization zone. This and this are Tanzanite mineralization zones. This is the only belt in the whole of the country of Tanzania where you find Tanzanites. This is a satellite image of the hills which is known as Meralami Hills. This is the Meralami Tanzanite deposit. This is the complete mountain. On that mountain, this is a small strip of say about 1.5 kilometer by 7 to 8 kilometers. This part is divided into different blocks. You have the A, the B, the C and the D. Then you have the A extension and then you have the D extension. The largest block where the mining is being done at present is the C block. Originally Tanzania was discovered in the D block, but D block now is too deep and the production is very scarce. D block mines are almost 800 meters to 1500 meters deep. 1000 meters is 1 kilometer, and that is a lot when you are doing underground mining. B block is one which is divided into, B and D blocks are the ones which are divided and given to small scale miners, where you have about probably 200 to 300 different claims and licenses given out where people are doing mining. C block is a single block given to a single entity. This is the satellite view. This is the airstrip which was created by the FGen. This is the block C. This is the complete block C. You have the block D. You can see that because it is given to small miners over here, there are a lot of lights. This is a photo taken at night. So you can see a lot of lights in both these spaces, whereas C block does not have a lot of lights. This is the picture. You have block A, block B, block C, block D. Block C systematic mining was started in 2004 by a company called African Gem Resources, whose director was Mr. Mike Nunn and Candice Nunn, a couple called Mike Nunn and Candice Nunn from South Africa. They took this whole block C from government of Tanzania and they started mining. The name of the company was African Gem Resources or FGen. Later it was given, the rights were given to a company called Tanzanite 1, which then was taken over by the Australian company called Crystalline Resources. And before this it was taken over, before a few years, I think approximately 2013 or 14, it was taken over by a Hong Kong company. The owners were Indian, called Sky Associates. And of course, there were some problems in 2017, and the government last year, I think in 2019, took it back from Sky Associates. So right now, they have army sitting over here, and nobody is allowed to mine. This is the basic geology of Tanzanite. This is the area of Tanzanite, and these
have the quartz vein, and it is the folds of this vein in which the crystallization takes place, and it is called budoin. It is in this budoin that you find deposits of tanzanites. You have a pegmatite vein. In the pegmatite vein, you have these faults, and these faults contain tanzanite pockets. Now that pocket can be of 2 kilo, it can be of 5 kilo, it can be of 50 kilo, it may be of super gem quality, or it may be totally junk. That depends on your luck. Now see, sometimes, as they say in Hindi, कि लक्ष्मी तिलक करने आई और आप मुंह धोने गए. Tanzanite was first discovered by a local African person called Ali Juawat. Now this poor man took tanzanite to at least 20 people. He showed it to them. Nobody touched it. He said, नहीं नहीं ये बेकार है, कुछ नहीं है, बेकार, useless, कोई काम की चीज नहीं है. Then he took it to a person called Mr. Manuel D'Souza. Manuel D'Souza बोलते भगवान देता है, छप्पर फाड़ के देता है. Manuel D'Souza was a tailor who had migrated to Tanzania, and he somehow got this tanzanite, and he got in touch with a gentleman called Mr. John Soule. John Soule was a geologist who was working in Kenya. Now see how luck plays a big role. John Soule's father, Mr. Hyman Soule, S-A-U-L, Mr. Hyman Soule, this is Mr. John Soule. Mr. John Soule's father, Mr. Hyman Soule, was working in USA in a very, very high-end upscale store called Saks on the 5th Avenue. Now mind you, 5th Avenue is one of the places where the richest of the rich go for shopping. So when Manuel D'Souza gave it to John Soule, John Soule gave it to his father Hyman Soule, they got it tested, and then they approached Tiffany's. Tiffany's is one of the top auction houses in the world of gemstones. Today also if you Google, Tiffany's one of the biggest, the most high-end specimens and stones and rich gemstones are sold by Christie's, Tiffany's, Sotheby's. These are the 3-4 big auction houses. So they went to Tiffany's. Now Tiffany identified is as zoisite. It is a zoisite. Tanzanite variety belongs to the zoisite family. But they didn't want to call it zoisite. Why? Because it sounds very similar to suicide. बोले no, it sounds like suicide. हमको ये नाम नहीं रखना. तो इसका नाम क्या रखेंगे? बोले it comes from Tanzania and that is the only known source. We will call it Tanzanite. And hence the name Tanzanite. That's how the name Tanzanite came into existence, and that's how it has stuck to it even today. And by some Manuel D'Souza को jackpot लग गया. This is Mr. John Soule. He was the first one to get into Tanzanite business. In fact, his son is Mark Soule. Of course, Mark is a very good friend of mine, and Mark even today lives in Tanzania. He is mining spinel in Mahenge. And John Soule went on to discover one of the most famous mines of Kenya, which was known as John Soule rubies, which was later taken over by Mr. Johnson Muthama, and now it is called Johnson. So John Soule was the person who was one of the key elements in putting Tanzanite where it is today. This is Hyman Soule, father of Mr. John Soule, grandfather of Mark Soule. We'll just go through a brief properties of Tanzanite. It is the blue variety of zoisite. It is blue to purplish in color. Luster is vitreous. It is very transparent, very high clarity, perfect cleavage. This is where we have a problem. The cleavage of Tanzanite is so strong, that if you make a little mistake in setting, it will break the stone. It will develop a crack.
you make a little mistake in heating. Please note, tanzanites are heat treated to convert the brown natural color into its blue color. You change the valency of vanadium and iron, converting brown to blue. But if you make a little mistake in heating, you will develop cracks and the piece is finished. Also please note that due to perfect cleavage, you should never ever put a piece of tanzanite jewelry for ultrasonic cleaning. If you put an ultrasonic cleaning, especially the girls here who are sitting and the ladies, please do not put your jewelry in ultrasonic cleaning. It will crack the stone. It will finish the value. It has a low hardness, 6.5 on most scale of hardness. SG is 3.35, not very high. It basically calcium aluminum hydroxide system is orthorhombic. Now, tanzanite in its natural form shows very, very, very distinct pleochroism. What do you mean by pleochroism? If you see one axis, you see a perfect blue color. There is the A axis. If you see B axis, it shows purple. And if you see the C axis, it will show the brown. These are the three colors of the same stone of tanzanite on three different axes. So this is a very, very, very typical property of tanzanite by which you can easily catch or judge or identify a tanzanite simply by looking at it. These are the different crystals of tanzanite in different forms and different shapes as you find them. When you cut and polish a tanzanite without being treated in a natural form, this is the color that you have, brown, and afterwards it gets converted to this color. This is the lowest color of tanzanite and this is the highest color of tanzanite. Of course, as you know, the value of a gemstone is a permutation and combination of 4 C's. The color, the clarity, the carat weight and the cut. So higher these 4 things, higher the value. And lower these 4 things, lower the value. And hence the lighter color is of the least value and the darkest color is of the highest value. Tanzanites, all tanzanites in general are found as brown in color, that is this color, and tanzanites are heat treated to convert them into a blue shade. In trade, if you are dealing in tanzanite, you do not need to specify specifically and say it is heat treated. All tanzanites are assumed they are heat treated. Also you get natural tanzanite from the earth in natural blue color. But to date the labs do not have a 100% foolproof method of knowing whether this is a heated tanzanite or a natural blue tanzanite. Do we have?
No.
Not yet. So what happens is that there is no difference in the value of a natural blue tanzanite and a heated tanzanite. The day labs are able to discover this difference, probably the scene will change. Now, as luck would have had it, sometimes as I told you, ऊपर वाला देता है छप्पर फाड़ के देता है. A plain ordinary masai. You see, that is over there. The rule is that if in this room we are 4 of us doing mining in the room, we divide into 4 parts. I start my mining here. Vibhuti starts his mining there. Once we go underground, anybody can go anywhere. Yes. So if I find a way going under Vibhuti mine and I reach first, he cannot go from top. He has to stop. That's the rule. जिसकी लाठी उसकी भैंस, जो पहले पहुंचा सामान उसका. So what happens is many times the mine on the top will belong to somebody else, but from the bottom somebody else is following the pegmatite vein and he has reached there before you. In 2019, this gentleman, he is a Masai. The local tribesmen of Tanzania and Kenya, on the border of Kenya and Tanzania, are called Masais. And Masais are one of the people who control the Tanzanite business. And in order to regularize this business, government has brought a lot of restrictions. In fact, the previous president, Mr. I forgot his name, John Makfuli. Mr. John Makfuli, what he did was, he created a wall which is 20 feet high on the border of block A, B, C, D. On this border, he created a 20 feet wall, and on the wall is electric fencing with cameras. So all you, and there only one gate. So, and the army inside the gate. So all the people going in and out of the mines are checked. So any production which is found by anybody has to first deposit to mining office and then taken for selling. In fact, in 2018, government of Tanzania had banned the exports of all rough gemstones. Complete ban on exports. This was again relaxed and changed in 2019. Now, then they shifted, they brought all the dealers in one building. Now they have shifted the complete Tanzanite business to the Meralani area. That is where the mines are. Any Tanzanite business which was being conducted in Arusha is now illegal. You cannot do it. You have to go 70 kilometers from the mining area, have an office over there, and work over there and do things over there. Of course, I am hearing from my friends that now things are going to change. They are bringing back to Arusha because people are not going through the mining area because it's risky. Ultimately, it is Africa. And traveling 70 kilometers in jungle with money or with goods is not a safe idea. Now they are saying they probably will bring it back in the business to Arusha. And let's see. All Tanzanite, please note, are heat treated in order to convert them into this blue color. Tanzanite on its own is one of the most beautiful stones that you will come across. And one of the best way to remember Tanzanite is, I am sure quite a few of you over here must have seen Titanic.
Yes. The movie The Triangle.
So you remember Kate Winslet was wearing a pendant.
Yes.
That blue colored pendant which was, all guys are saying yes.
Interesting, you know?
Interesting.
Interesting.
So that pendant which Kate Winslet was wearing, well, the painting was being done, and that was, the movie was supposed to be a diamond necklace. It actually, in reality, in the movie, what is used is a Tanzanite. So that is a Tanzanite, which is one of the best ways to remember.
मगर तब टेंजनाइट कोई देख नहीं रहा था उसके आसपास।
अब साहब हमने तो टैंजनाइट ही देखा, हमारा ध्यान पूरा फोकस टैंजनाइट पे था।
But lighter side.
Yeah, it's a very, very lighter side. But Tanzanite is surprisingly, you guys are geologists, will probably explain better that why is it that it is found only in one and only one location. Some people say it is an exception to the normal laws of geology, or there is a theory where it says that due to continental drift and the African Rift Valley which was formed, and because of the formation of the African Rift Valley, certain conditions were developed in particular this area of Meralani where the formation of Tanzanite took place, and there is the only locality in the whole world where Tanzanite is found. My personal experience is it's a beautiful stone, it's a wonderful stone, and let's hope the rules change and we are able to work better in it. This guy, as I was telling you, I said Bhagwan deta hai, sabko paar bhi deta hai. In 2019, just before the pandemic, he discovered two largest stones of Tanzanite to date. The bigger stone is approximately 16 kilos and the smaller stone is 9 kilos, 6 kilos. This is a gem quality Tanzanite. Tanzanite in its raw form is this color. you heat it and convert it into blue color. These two pieces were purchased by government of Tanzania for I think something like $3.5 million from this man. So overnight he hit the jackpot, and imagine a Masai who was living in a hut made out of husk and mud suddenly owns $3 million. $3 million almost about 20-25 crores rupees, which is a lot of money. So let's hope and let's pray to God that we also get such a chance and we are able to make that kind of money. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much for a lively presentation, and I think the award that we decided for such a distinguished personality, that is what we call a Neil Money Award, is worth the talk he has given, and is such a deep knowledge. I know he is not a geologist. I think you have studied geology.
I'm not a geologist.
He is from a commerce background, I think. And he was talking everything that was nothing but geology, plate tectonics and folds and falls and cleavage and whatever we discuss here. So today we have seen, I think, two persons who are not from the geological fraternity, but doing excellent work in the field of geology. And Pratik sir, I must acknowledge that it was worth to have you here this afternoon, and what a wonderful talk you gave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pratik sir for enlightening us with your lecture. Now I would like to call Ms. Meenu Vyas, Global Head and Gemologist, Gemological Science International, for delivering us a lecture on treatments and identifying features in ruby, sapphires and emerald.
Thank you. बढ़िया काम हो गया है.
सबसे पहले तो मेरे लिए मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट पर्सन श्री सिंह साहब, जो दिल से अटैच्ड है मेरे से, मुझे हमेशा बेटी बुलाते हैं और इनके आग्रह पर ही मैं यहाँ आई. इन्होंने मुझे बहुत बोला कि आप मीनू जी आइए और आपका प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए. सो आपका दिल से धन्यवाद. एंड गुड आफ्टरनून श्री विभूति राय जी, श्री मिश्रा जी, ऑल ऑगस्ट गैदरिंग हियर, स्टूडेंट्स. सबसे पहले तो मैं अपनी सारी बात हिंदी में बोलूंगी. इसकी कनेक्टिविटी मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा अच्छी आती है, नहीं तो ये टेक्निकल और इधर इंग्लिश कुछ भी स्किप हुआ तो मजा नहीं है यहाँ आने का. सो टुडे आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक ऑन 3 बिग स्टोन्स. 3, वैसे तो थाउजेंड ऑफ स्टोन्स आर देयर, दे आर ब्यूटीफुल. फॉर मी देयर इज नथिंग प्रीशियस एंड सेमी प्रीशियस. क्योंकि जैसा सुबह मिस्टर मक्की ने दिखाया, कितनी सुंदरता भरी पड़ी थी, एक भी स्पेसिमेन पे से आपकी नजर नहीं हट रही थी. मतलब जैसे ही वो स्लाइड चेंज कर रहे थे, लग रहा था पीछे वाला वापस जाके देखे. इट वॉज सो ब्यूटीफुल. सो हाउ वी कैन डिसाइड कि एक प्रीशियस और एक सेमी प्रीशियस है. जो भी ब्यूटीफुल है, जो भी अर्थ हमें दे रही है, वो सारा का सारा प्रीशियस ही है और यूनिक ही है. और यहाँ हम जेमोलॉजी का एक छोटा सा पार्ट शेयर करूंगी मैं आप लोगों से. और आप लोग तो सागर हो, समुद्र हो, क्योंकि आप जियोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट के हो. जियोलॉजी से एक ब्रांच है मिनरलोजी, और मिनरलोजी का छोटी सी एक बकेट है जेमोलॉजी. तो मुझे तो आज वैसे भी मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं इतने आप बड़े से सागर के बीच में कुछ देखने के लिए और सुनने के लिए आई. यहाँ हम 3 जो बड़े स्टोन हैं, जो ज्यादातर राशि रत्न के हिसाब से बिकते हैं, इसलिए इनकी वैल्यू ज्यादा है. इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि ये प्रीशियस है और ये सेमी प्रीशियस है. सो आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक ऑन रूबी, एमरल्ड, सफायर एंड इनके ऊपर होने वाले ट्रीटमेंट्स, वो क्या होते हैं, किस तरह किए जाते हैं, फिर उनको कैसे पहचानते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. शुड आई डू, मैं करूं? ओके, सो रूबी सफायर एंड एमरेल्ड, जैसा कि सभी जानते हैं आप लोग, इट्स वेरी कॉमन। मेरे लिए शायद इस जगह ये बताना जरूरी नहीं है कि रूबी किस कलर में आता है और पन्ना किस कलर में आता है और सफायर किस कलर में, एज वी कैन सी हियर। लेकिन हाँ, यहाँ पे एक स्पेसिफिक चीज है कि अगर रूबी आप खरीदने जा रहे हो तो इट शुड बी एब्सोल्युटली रेड। लेकिन बोलने के लिए पिजन ब्लड रेड रूबी इज द बेस्ट रूबी इन द वर्ल्ड, लेकिन वो कभी भी पिजन ब्लड रेड में आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगी, हमेशा रेड में पर्पल का टिंट रहेगा। इसलिए रूबी के कलर को डिफाइन करते हैं पर्पलिश रेड से, कभी भी एब्सोल्युटली रेड नहीं लिखते हैं क्योंकि आजकल बहुत प्रेशर हो गया मार्केट का कि नहीं आप रेड ही लिखो, रेड को रेड ही लिखो। एक्चुअली इट इज पर्पलिश रेड, इट्स नॉट प्योर रेड। देन फॉर सफायर इट्स रॉयल ब्लू, कॉर्नफ्लावर ब्लू, जिसको कश्मीर का जो सफायर बेस्ट माना जाता है बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स कलर, कि वहां पे वो रॉयल ब्लू आता है, कॉर्नफ्लावर वाला ब्लू आता है, इसलिए उसको सबसे अच्छा माना जाता है। फिर पन्ना, हमारे हिंदी भाषी लोग कहते हैं नीम की जो कोपल आती है, कच्ची हरी पत्ती जो होती है, उसके जैसा कलर जब पन्ने में आ जाए, दिस इज द बेस्ट कलर और बेस्ट शेड ऑफ द एमरेल्ड। ठीक है, अब जब ये नेचुरली सारे कलर आते हैं तब तक तो ठीक है। नेचुरली इफ यू फाउंड ऑल फोर सीज का मतलब क्या हुआ कि हम किसी पत्थर की ब्यूटी को कैसे डिफाइन करें। इंसान की तरह मैं आपको समझाती हूँ कि जब भी आप कोई पत्थर खरीदने जाए, कोई रत्न खरीदने जाए,
जब तक वो आ रहा है,
हाँ,
मैं एक
जी
प्रश्न
जी बोलिए।
What attracted you to go as a professional in this field?
अच्छा,
as a young lady?
तो थोड़ा सा ना आपको लंबा हो जाएगा मेरा, शायद बोर हो जाएंगे सब लोग।
2-3 मिनट लगा अभी है।
Actually, when I got married, I was studying in my final year, और मैं थोड़ा सा पढ़ाई को लेकर बहुत सेंसिटिव थी कि मुझे पढ़ना है और शादी नहीं करनी है। I belong to मारवाड़ी फैमिली, तो मेरी मम्मी को तो शादी इज द प्रायोरिटी, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई छोड़ दूं, शादी करके पढ़ाई कर लेना अगर तेरे ससुराल वाले कराए तो मेरी शादी, माई हस्बैंड इज ज्वेलर एंड ही वाज स्टेइंग इन बैंकॉक, तो वो था कि लड़का अभी आया हुआ है और लड़का फिर बैंकॉक चला जाएगा और 2 महीने के लिए तो सगाई भी करनी है और शादी भी करनी है। एंड मेरे जून में पेपर और जून में फाइनल हो गई शादी, तो आई सेड कि ये बहुत गलत हो रहा है मेरे साथ, मुझे पढ़ाई पूरी कर लेने दो। और इट वाज द संजोग कि 20 तारीख को मेरी शादी है और 21 की सुबह मेरा पेपर फाइनल ईयर का, एंड आई एम फ्रॉम आर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड। तो आई टोल्ड टू माई हस्बैंड कि उस समय देखो ये सब हो गया ऐसा है, एंड आई वाज वेरी इनोसेंट, बहुत अकल नहीं थी मुझे, सीधी सादी सिंपल सी लड़की, बस पढ़ाकू थी बहुत ज्यादा। तो मैंने उनको बोला कि क्या होगा अगर शादी हुई तो मैं कैसे पेपर दूंगी। तो ही हैज प्रॉमिस्ड मी कि तुम टेंशन मत करो, तुम इनका जो भी है अब अपना समाज है, अपन कुछ नहीं कर सकते, तुम्हें मैं पढ़ाऊंगा आगे, अगर तुमको पढ़ना है तो मैं पढ़ाऊंगा, तुम फेल भी होगी तो टेंशन मत करो। तो फेल ही तो नहीं चाहिए, शादी मेरे लिए इतना इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं जितना कि फाइनल ईयर में आके कोई कहे मीनू फेल हो गई। तो दैट टाइम ही हैज प्रॉमिस्ड, और उन्होंने अपना प्रॉमिस, उन्होंने और मेरी मदर इन लॉ ने दोनों ने प्रॉमिस निभाया, और 4 बजे फेरे खत्म हुए, 7 बजे मैं पेपर दे के आई और उन लोगों ने फुल सपोर्ट किया मुझे ले जाके। ड्यूरिंग माई हनीमून आई वॉज हैविंग द बुक्स फॉर माई नेक्स्ट पेपर, तो वो भी मैंने किया। फिर रिजल्ट, और यू वोंट बिलीव, आई वाज सो सिंपल, मैंने टॉप ऑफ द पेपर लिखा, हर पेपर में लिखा कि मेरे मम्मी पापा मारवाड़ी फैमिली के हैं और मुझे पढ़ने नहीं दिया, तो प्लीज मुझे पास कर देना। मैं एकदम मन से पेपर लिखूं, मैंने सच्ची में लिखा, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रही हूँ, मैंने हर पेपर पे लिखा कि मेरे साथ गलत हो रहा है, लेकिन शादी हमारे समाज में मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग है। तो मैंने कहा मुझे प्लीज पास कर देना, नहीं तो ससुराल और पियर दोनों में मेरी इज्जत खराब हो जाएगी। तो पता नहीं किसी ने शायद, और वैसे मैंने अपने मन से बहुत अच्छे से लिख दिया था कि हाँ ठीक है, जो मुझे आता मैंने लिख दिया, एंड आई स्टूड बेस्ट। जब मेरा रिजल्ट आया तो मेरे फादर इन लॉ पूरे समाज में जाके ऐसे मिठाई बांट के जैसे मैं बैरिस्टर बन गई या पता नहीं मैं सीए बन गई, एंड इट वाज जस्ट बीए, कुछ भी नहीं था। एंड मेरे हस्बैंड की आंखों में आंसू थे कि तुमने प्रूव किया तो अब मैं तुम्हें बहुत आगे लेके जाऊंगा। देन ही प्रॉमिस्ड मी कि तुम्हें अगर पढ़ना है तो कुछ अलग करना है, बिकॉज यू आर वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर पर्सन। तो उन्होंने मुझे जेमोलॉजी की राह दिखाई, इस तरह से मेरी जेमोलॉजी शुरू हुई। और मैं इस लैब में पढ़ के जेमोलॉजिस्ट बनी, उसी में मैं असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर बन के 20 साल तक काम किया। उसके बाद अभी पिछले 2 साल से मैं एक अमेरिकन कंपनी की ग्लोबल हेड जेमोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, जहां उनके ऑलमोस्ट सभी ब्रांचेस को कलर स्टोन के लिए मैं देखती हूँ। और हमारी लैब जयपुर में एस्टेब्लिश्ड है। सुबह मैं यही रेक्टिफाई करना चाह रही थी कि जैसे आपने इतना प्यारा सम्मान दिया है और आपका जो इमेजिनेशन, इट इज रियली रियली वंडरफुल। जिस किसी को भी आइडिया है, इसका जो टाइटल डाला है ना आप लोगों ने, इट इज सुपर, मतलब इट इज सो रिलेटेड टू द पर्सन, टू द फील्ड, टू द मटीरियल। मतलब आई डोंट हैव वर्ड्स टू डिस्क्राइब हाउ इट इज ब्यूटीफुल, हाउ ब्यूटीफुल इट इज। तो वो जो चीज है उसमें थोड़ा सा रेक्टिफिकेशन ये है कि आई एम नॉट इन्वॉल्व इन टू द ट्रीटमेंट्स, आई डू आइडेंटिफिकेशन, आई एम इन्वॉल्व इन द सर्टिफिकेशन ऑफ द मटीरियल। मैं 22 साल से सर्टिफिकेशन कर रही हूँ, क्या असली है क्या नकली है, कौन सा ट्रीटमेंट होता है, उसको कैसे पहचानते हैं। एंड आई एम द लेक्चरर ऑफ जेमोलॉजी। एंड ईश्वर कृपा से वर्ल्ड के शायद हर कोने के आदमी को पढ़ाया, वो चाहे पाकिस्तान हो, अफगानिस्तान हो, या फ्रांस हो, या अमेरिका हो, सभी लोग पढ़ने आए हमारे पास और सबको मैंने जेमोलॉजी पढ़ाई है। ये छूट गया
जो आपने कहा
जी,
मगर मैं बिल्कुल, मुझे एक इट्स माय गट फीलिंग कि आपने ट्रीटमेंट पे कुछ पढ़ा है।
नहीं पढ़ा तो इनफैक्ट
कुछ किया भी है, कुछ
जी मैंने
किया है।
मैंने किया नहीं, मैंने एडवाइस किया है। जैसा मिस्टर प्रतीक जी ने बोला कि कैन यू आइडेंटिफाई ट्रीटमेंट इन द टेंजनाइट, व्हाई वी कैन नॉट आइडेंटिफाई ट्रीटमेंट इन टेंजनाइट, दैट आई कैन टेल यू, बिकॉज इट्स अ सिलिकेट। और जितने भी सिलिकेट्स होते हैं उनका हीट टेम्परेचर 600 से 700 से ऊपर ले जा नहीं सकते आप। If you cross 600 डिग्री सेल्सियस, you will destroy your material. तो वो वहां तक नहीं जाने के कारण क्या होता है, जो इंटरनल होस्ट होते हैं, होस्ट का मतलब जो पत्थर में पत्थर आता है, मिनरल में मिनरल आता है, उस मिनरल को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है क्योंकि उसका भी रेजिस्टेंस बहुत हाई होता है। हम जेमोलॉजिस्ट कैसे उसका आइडेंटिफिकेशन करते हैं कि किसी पत्थर में ट्रीटमेंट है या नहीं, टू डिस्ट्रॉय द इंक्लूजन। वहां पे जो ओरिजिनल स्टेट ऑफ इंक्लूजन होता है वो बदल जाता है। जब वो बदल जाता है तो हम लोग पढ़ लेते हैं कि इसको टेम्परेचर लगा, जैसे आपकी स्किन बर्न हो जाती है तो क्या होता है, स्किन का टेक्सचर चेंज हो जाता है। तो जो ओरिजिनल स्किन है और एक बर्न हुई स्किन है, आराम से पता लग जाता है यहाँ पे ट्रीटमेंट हो गया, टेम्परेचर लग गया, आपको टच हो गया कहीं पे गर्म। इट्स वेरी सिंपल, जेमोलॉजी इज वेरी सिंपल, बट इसको बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना दिया है बिकॉज हमने विदेशियों के हाथों से पढ़ी है जेमोलॉजी, हमारा सब्जेक्ट है।
यही कहते हैं inclusion is the visiting card of a gemstone.
Yes. And inclusion is the beauty of the material, and inclusion is the treasure of the gemologist. अगर inclusion नहीं है तो हम स्टोन को पढ़ ही नहीं सकते। और सबसे बड़ी चीज, जयपुर में रहकर मैंने रेयर टू रेयरेस्ट चीजें आइडेंटिफाई की है, लेकिन ऑल क्रेडिट गोज टू ज्वेलर्स। जेमोलॉजिस्ट जो ज्वेलर, आपको पता है कैसे, ऐसे उनको जब ज्वेलर को जरूरत होती है तब तो हम बोलेंगे हाँ हेलो टेस्टिंग करानी, उनको हमारी जरूरत नहीं होती तो कहते हैं अरे यार इससे बच के इधर से निकलना। बट फिर भी बोलूंगी, जेमोलॉजिस्ट किसने बनाया हमें, ज्वेलर्स ने। क्योंकि आप एक लैब पे अगर जॉब कर रहे हो तो आप किसी भी हालत में एक्सपीरियंस गेन नहीं करोगे अगर वो लोग हमें अपना इतना नया मटीरियल टेस्ट करने के लिए नहीं भेजे। तो जो भी कुछ है सारा क्रेडिट इन ज्वेलर्स को है। जो जेमोलॉजिस्ट बने उन्होंने इतना मटेरियल भेजा है, तब हम जाके इतने लर्नेड हुए, हमने इतनी अच्छी अच्छी चीजें देखी और हमने अपने R&D को डेवलप कर सके, मतलब उस चीज को, रिसर्च को डेवलप कर सके। चलो वी विल कम टू द टॉपिक, अदरवाइज तो पता लगा कि मैं यहाँ बहुत बोर कर दूंगी आप लोगों को।
I'm sure everyone is enjoying your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So here we go. क्रोमोफर बदलता है, आयरन आता है, क्रोमियम आता है, तो कलर चेंज होते हैं और अकॉर्डिंगली वेराइटीज बनती है। सो इन रूबी सफायर ट्रीटमेंट्स क्या कॉमन है? रूबी में जब कलर कम होता है या ज्यादा होता है तो हीट ट्रीटमेंट से कम भी किया जा सकता है और बढ़ाया भी जा सकता है। ये बात ध्यान रखिए। इसकी क्लैरिटी को कम भी किया जा सकता है, इसकी क्लैरिटी को एनहांस भी किया जा सकता है। दोनों ट्रीटमेंट से, खाली टेम्परेचर और उसके एटमॉस्फेयर को मेंटेन करके ये लोग ऐसा कर देते हैं। तो रूबी सफायर में हीट होता है, जब हीट करते हैं तो रूबी और सफायर सिंगली नहीं आते, ट्विनिंग होती है इनमें, जैसे पार्टिंग प्लेन्स होते हैं। सुबह इन्होंने स्लाइड दिखाई थी ऑफ द रूबीज, जहां पे स्टार दिख रहा था, तो वहां पे आप देखते हो तो ध्यान से वहां पे ट्विन प्लेन्स भी दिख रहे थे, दे वर गोइंग इन 3 डायरेक्शन। तो जो ट्विन प्लेन्स है व्हाट दे आर द वीकनेस ऑफ द स्टोन। तो वहां पे उनको जब हीट करो तो आपका पत्थर ज्यादा ना टूटे, उसके लिए एडिटिव यूज किया जाता है, दैट इज नोन एज बोरेक्स। तो बोरेक्स क्या होता है, इंटेंशन से नहीं, एक्सीडेंटली अंदर चला जाता है, क्योंकि जो पाउडर है ना, जब आप टेम्परेचर बढ़ाओगे तो पाउडर मेल्ट होगा, मेल्ट होकर वो सीपिंग हो जाएगा, क्योंकि वहां पे फ्रैक्चर भी खुला हुआ है, तो फ्रैक्चर में जगह मिल गई उसको जाने को, तो दैट इज नोन एज हीट प्लस बोरेक्स। एक तो सिर्फ हीटेड हुआ, एक हीट प्लस बोरेक्स हुआ, एक क्या करते हैं कि उससे भी ऊपर ट्रीटमेंट करते हैं, ज्यादा फ्रैक्चर है, लो क्वालिटी रूबी है, तो हीट प्लस सिलिका ग्लास। और लास्ट फाइनल वर्स्ट ट्रीटमेंट आई कैन से कि वो वैसे तो ठीक है, लो क्वालिटी को बढ़िया बना के बेच रहे हैं, लेकिन लेड ग्लास फिलिंग विच इज हार्मफुल फॉर द ह्यूमन बीइंग। इसलिए मैं कह रही हूँ वर्स्ट है कि उसको अगर लगातार कोई पहनेगा तो इट्स नॉट गुड फॉर हेल्थ रिजल्ट्स है उसके। वो होता है आपका फोर्थ ट्रीटमेंट इन रूबी। For sapphires you have heat, same heat borax, then you have chemical diffusions. Chemical diffusion में क्या रहता है, अगर ब्लू है तो टाइटेनियम को डिफ्यूज किया जाता है। Nowadays they are what they are doing, बेरिलियम डिफ्यूजर। बेरिलियम डिफ्यूजर की छोटी सी स्टोरी आपको सुना देती हूँ कि है क्या एक्चुअली, वैसे शायद लंबा हो जाएगा एंड मुझे बता देना अगर लंबा नहीं करना है तो मैं नहीं बोलूँ, नहीं तो बोलूँ आप।
We have come to listen to you.
Okay, so in beryllium what happened? Accidentally this treatment came into the field. Mr. Yehuda was there in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka क्या है, आपका सारा का सारा water worn pebbles वहां पे मिलते हैं, because आप शेप देख रहे हो श्रीलंका का क्या, जियोलॉजी आप तो बहुत अच्छे से जानते हो, all the deposit, all the material ट्रांसपोर्ट होके वहां पे डिपोजिट होता है। तो बेस्ट क्वालिटी ऑफ द sapphires found over there। क्यों बेस्ट है बताइए मुझे, क्यों बेस्ट क्वालिटी मिलता है वहां पे? Anyone from Geological Department,
ये श्रीलंकन मटेरियल बेस्ट क्यों होता है?
जी,
उस टेम्परेचर पर वहाँ पर जो है और वो सोर्स जो उसमें जो पार्ट है वो
मैंने अभी एक बात बोली, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। तो ट्रांसपोर्ट होते हुए क्या होता है, आप सोचिए यहाँ पे एक चीज पैदा हुई, ठीक है, आंधी तूफान आया, ये हुआ,
मूवमेंट हुआ ऑन द अर्थ, इतना जाता है क्या इधर आपके लगता?
नहीं मैडम, कुछ दिस इज वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट, ऐसा है नहीं, इतनी फ्रीक्वेंटली नहीं जाता, दिस इज वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट, ऐसा रेगुलर फीचर नहीं।
इसको भी ट्रीटमेंट करना पड़ेगा
बिकॉज आपने देखिए सुबह से आप हैं यहाँ पर,
जी
तो अगर इतना जाता होता तो आपने
नहीं, it's okay, it's okay। मैं आई हूँ लखनऊ, पहले भी आई हूँ।
जी, बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है, स्पेशल है।
तो मटेरियल आपका एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ट्रांसपोर्ट हो रहा है, तो क्या हो रहा है कि जो उसका वीकर पार्ट है इरोड हो रहा है, इरोडेड मटेरियल जो रहता है, तो लास्ट में क्या बच जाता है, द बेस्ट क्वालिटी, मतलब जो जिसमें स्ट्रेंथ पूरी है वो बच गया, तो वो बच गया तो क्या होगा, बेस्ट क्वालिटी ऑफ द मटेरियल हुआ। These are placer deposits। So best quality of yellow sapphires comes from Ceylon। आपका वहां पे क्या हुआ, मिस्टर यहूदा वाज डूइंग द ट्रीटमेंट सिंपल, मिट्टी का सिकोरा है, उसमें सिरामिक पाउडर भर के, उसमें स्टोन भर के, और वो ब्लो वाला फूकने वाला जो नहीं होता कोयला जला के, और वो ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं। जब उन्होंने एक बार उसको खोल के देखा तो एक अजीब सा उनके चेंज उनको ऑब्जर्व किया कि कुछ स्टोन एब्सोल्युटली आपका पिंक और येलो दोनों मिला दो तो क्या होता है, आपका पीच पिंक हो गया, पीच कलर्ड स्टोन्स आ गए, और कुछ स्टोन एकदम फेंट होकर खत्म हो गए, उनका चुरचुरा जैसा हो गया, बिल्कुल वो एग्जॉस्ट हो गए। ही सरप्राइज कि क्या हुआ, व्हाट हैपेंड, जो आपका खराब हो गया था मटेरियल, दैट वाज क्राइसोबेरिल। सो क्राइसोबेरिल इज व्हाट, बेरिलियम एल्यूमिनियम ऑक्साइड, और उसका बेरिलियम इस कोरेंडम में डिफ्यूज हो गया बिकॉज ऑफ द ट्रीटमेंट, और एक नई वेराइटी ऑफ सफायर उनके हाथ लग गया। जब ये पीच कलर आया तो इट वाज वेरी मच अप्रिशिएटेड बाय द जापान, और जापान में इसका इतना व्यापार हुआ, लेकिन एट लास्ट एक दिन लैब टेस्टिंग हो गई और उस लैब टेस्टिंग में ये सामने आ गया कि कोरंडम में बेरिलियम कहां से आया। एंड दैट डे द ट्रीटमेंट केम आउट कि बेरिलियम डिफ्यूजन लेटिस डिफ्यूजन हो जाता है, एक्चुअली ये लेटिस में जाके एडजस्ट हो जाता है, इसलिए कभी भी कलर इसका वापस खराब नहीं होता, हमेशा एज इट इज रहता है। टाइटेनियम डिफ्यूजन में क्या होता है कि ओनली वन टाइटेनियम के जो आपके एलिमेंट सॉरी एटम्स है वो बहुत हैवी है, तो उसमें डिफ्यूज नहीं हो पाते, तो ओनली थिन लेयर कवर द स्टोन, तो जब आप कटिंग पॉलिशिंग करेंगे तो वापस निकल जाएगा, लेकिन ये अंदर घुस जाता है, निकलता नहीं है। और इसको आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए भी LACPMS चाहिए। इसमें हम इतना, आपको पता है बेरिलियम क्या है, बहुत लाइट एलिमेंट है जो जल्दी से डिटेक्ट नहीं होता है। बैंकॉक का जो सफायर आता है ये लो क्वालिटी माना जाता है, दैट इज बेरिलियम ट्रीटेड सफायर्स। सो दिस इज अबाउट योर सफायर्स। Then
the beryllium is used in a gaseous or a solid form?
I don't know how they do.
Solid form.
With solid form always.
Because beryl has got beryllium.
Yes, beryl has, but you cannot extract from that.
Yeah.
But from beryl, it is isoberyl.
Vibhuti ji, cheap quality Alexandrite.
Okay.
Is the best form for them.
Yes. Because yellow and green chrysoberyl is very much important, very much valued. तो उसको तो खराब नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन लो क्वालिटी ऑफ एलेक्जेंड्राइट को वो खराब कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि वो ना तो अच्छे बिकेगा ना मुझे में बिकेगा।
वो बिकेगा ही नहीं।
Yes,
पाउडर करके यूज करते हैं,
तो उसका पाउडर करके यूज करते हैं उसको।
Madam, अगर आप if you can keep on speaking without the slides, because unfortunately the electricity has been very uninterrupted, and perhaps when the electricity was there, आप कह रहे थे कि हम वैसे ही बहुत कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं।
बातें नहीं करेंगे, वैसे करेंगे।
हाँ बिल्कुल, please carry on.
We will have everything on generator.
It's okay. Doesn't matter.
Generator ही चला दो ना सब।
आप तो एक काम करें, जब भी रूबी सफायर खरीदने जाएं 4 बातें याद रखें बस। मैं वो गाइडलाइंस दे देती हूँ बजाय इसमें जाने के, कि जब भी कोई पत्थर खरीदे, स्टोन खरीदे, तो ज्वेलर को जाके कहें कि सबसे पहले ये बताओ कि असली है कि नकली है। सबसे पहली बात ये करना, जी तो मुझे मारेंगे बोले, और फिर उसमें अगर वो असली है तो ट्रीटेड है या नहीं है ये पूछेंगे आप, और ट्रीटेड है अगर रूबी है तो पूछिए कि उसमें हीट ट्रीटमेंट है कि हीट है कि बोरेक्स है कि ग्लास फिलिंग है, आप हमें बताइए। और जो भी आप हमें बेच रहे हैं उसको डिस्क्लोज कीजिए, और उसके लिए आप लेबोरेटरी है वहां आके टेस्टिंग करानी चाहिए आपको। कभी भी ब्लाइंड होके नहीं लेना चाहिए कि पंडित जी ने बता दिया तो पत्थर खरीद लो, या पंडित जी ने कह दिया मैंने इसमें बहुत एनर्जी डाल दी आपके ये काम करेगा, ऐसा कभी नहीं होता है हमेशा। अच्छा, एक क्वेश्चन शायद इन्होंने मुझे ड्यूरिंग द लंच पूछा था कि स्टोन्स काम करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं, उस पर बात कर लेते हैं अपन। स्टोन्स काम करते हैं तो क्यों करते हैं, और नहीं करते तो क्यों नहीं करते। एक्चुअली क्या होता है, ये शुरुआत होती है हमारी जन्म से। अगर बहुत ध्यान से, मेरा ही अपना ही एनालिसिस है, मुझे नहीं पता ये सही है या गलत है, जो मैंने अनुभव किया वही मैं साझा कर रही हूँ आप लोगों से, कि ड्यूरिंग द बर्थ ऑफ द चाइल्ड मदर कितने पेन में होती है, बहुत बहुत बहुत। आजकल ठीक है सर्जरी हो जाती है तो वो बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी अगर सर्जरी भी है तो कितनी माँ अपने बच्चे का टाइम एग्जैक्ट नोट कर पाती है, वो तो कर ही नहीं पाएंगी। एंड डॉक्टर उसको वहां पे ज्यादा स्ट्रेस इस बात का होता है कि माँ और बच्चे को सेफली सेपरेट कर दो, बजाय इसके कि वो कितनी बजे जन्मा या क्या हुआ। अनटिल अनलेस इट इज नॉट मैन्युपुलेटेड या डिसाइडेड, प्री डिसाइडेड। आजकल तो मुहूर्त लगा के और बच्चे पैदा होते हैं कि हाँ इतनी बज के इतनी मिनट पे वो सर्जरी होगी और तब वो बाहर आएगा, वैसा नहीं। मैं वैसे नॉर्मल एक बात कर रही हूँ। तो जो टाइम का वेरिएशन वहां से शुरू हो जाता है कि आप कितनी बजे धरती पे आपने आंख खोली, वो टाइम एग्जैक्ट नहीं है तो आपकी कुंडली में फर्क आ जाता है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, आप जिस एस्ट्रोलॉजर को कुंडली दिखाते हो, हाउ मच ही और शी इज लर्निंग अबाउट द सब्जेक्ट, कि वो कितना अच्छे से पढ़ रहा है और कैलकुलेट कर रहा है, वो ठीक बता रहा है या नहीं बता रहा आपको, उसका कंक्लूजन कैसा है। देन द थर्ड थिंग, व्हाटएवर स्टोन इज सजेस्टेड टू यू, हाउ ऑथेंटिक इट इज। लाइक आपको मान लीजिए उसने बोला पन्ना पहन लीजिए, बाई मिस्टेक है, आपको पता नहीं है कि क्या होता है, पन्ना कैसा दिखता है, आपको जाके एकदम एक लेमैन की तरह खरीदो और सोचो उसने डाइट कोर्स दे दिया, तो पन्ने की जगह अगर आपने कोर्स पहना तो काम कैसे करेगा? पैरासिटामोल की जगह एंटीबायोटिक, एंटीबायोटिक की जगह पैरासिटामोल, नहीं काम करेंगे ना। दे आर साइंटिफिकली प्रूव कि वो काम करते हैं। क्यों करते हैं? आप और हम पंचतत्व से बने हैं, स्टोन्स भी पंचतत्व से बने हैं। पांचों चीजें तो है इंसान को जिंदा रखने के लिए, अग्नि, वायु, आकाश, पृथ्वी, है ना, वायु। आप एक चीज को करिए, नाक बंद करिए, रह सकते हो, कितने रह सकते हो? मतलब अगर वायु नहीं है तो आप खत्म हो। आपकी जब डिहाइड्रेशन हो जाता है बॉडी में, तो पानी नहीं है तो आप खत्म हो, होता है। अगर आपके किसी तरह का कुपोषण हो जाए और आप सूखना शुरू कर दे, तो मतलब आपकी पृथ्वी खत्म हो रही है, तो आप नहीं हो। आप देख लो कितना आकाश, व्हाट इज आकाश? जो आत्मा, अगर वो निकल गई तो आप नहीं हो। तो ये पंच तत्व से हम बने, पंच से स्टोन बने, उन पांच तत्व से जो एनर्जी हमारी बॉडी डायरेक्ट एब्सॉर्ब नहीं कर पा रही है, दीज स्टोन्स वर्क लाइक एंटीना, और हम जब पहन लेते हैं तो ये उस डायरेक्शन में हमारा शरीर काम करता है, दिमाग काम करता है। कोई मिराकल नहीं होता, कोई जादू नहीं होता है, सिर्फ हमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है, अरे मैंने इतने का पन्ना पहन लिया है, अब मेरे काम होगा, मैं ठीक हो जाऊंगा, या मेरा बिजनेस अच्छा चल जाएगा। दैट कॉन्फिडेंस वर्क, समझ रहे हैं आप? ये है स्टोन का काम। तो स्टोन 100% काम करता है। आप क्या समझते हो? आप डॉक्टर के पास जाते हो, क्या सारा काम डॉक्टर और दवाई करती है? बिल्कुल नहीं। नेचुरल हीलिंग पावर यू हैव इन योर बॉडी, खाली आपकी साइकोलॉजी बदलती है, आप पॉजिटिव सोचने लगते हो। डॉक्टर को दिखा दिया ना, आधे ठीक तो वैसे ही हो गए। आपकी साइकोलॉजी बहुत बहुत वंडर कर सकती है अगर आप उस डायरेक्शन में सोचो। तो स्टोन में भी यही होता है, आप पहले तो उसके बाद कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाते हो, दैट्स इट, इतना ही है इसमें। ओके, नेक्स्ट टू द सब्जेक्ट। सो इन रूबी, हियर यू हैव रूबी विदाउट हीट ट्रीटमेंट। जब नेचुरल रहती है तो कैसे आपके इंक्लूजन्स, यहाँ पे होस्ट क्रिस्टल्स हैं। These are the crystals of apatite. It is proved by the Raman in our laboratory. यहाँ जितने भी आप स्लाइड देख रहे हो, जितने भी इंक्लूजन्स या पिक्चर जो भी देखेंगे, that is our R&D, कुछ भी बाहर से लिया हुआ नहीं है। हम लोग जितना टेस्टिंग करते हैं उससे कहीं ज्यादा R&D में इन्वॉल्व है। That is my passion about the stones, कि मुझे जो भी करना है। अभी I have checked 13 tons of carving, रिकॉर्ड बनेगा शायद।
13 tons of
कार्विंग टेस्ट करके आई हूँ, हाँ, विद द रमन, मतलब फुल प्रूफ्स कि हाँ ये पत्थर ये है। तो मेरे अंदर वो चीज है कि अब जो कर लिए उससे कहीं आगे अगर कुछ करने को मिल जाए तो मुझे करना है। तो आई एम मोर इन्वॉल्व इन R&D rather than testing. So here you can see these crystals are intact, इनकी फॉर्मेशन अच्छे से दिख रही है। Apatite belongs to hexagonal system. So here you can see somewhat hexagonal. What they are? It is 3 direction rutile, very common in ruby. पत्थर के अंदर दूसरा पत्थर है। कोरेंडम में रूटाइल नाम का एक पत्थर आता है जो सुई की तरह दिखता है, धागों की तरह दिखता है, और बिकॉज ऑफ द क्रिस्टल स्ट्रक्चर 3 डायरेक्शन में ये सेट हो जाता है। सो हियर यू हैव शॉर्ट रूटाइल, दिस इज द प्रूफ ऑफ कश्मीर, बर्मा, एंड हियर यू हैव लॉन्ग सिल्क, इट इज द प्रूफ ऑफ मोजाम्बिक रूबीज। देन यू हैव swirly color zoning, ये एक टिपिकल फीचर है बर्मा रूबी का। Whenever you have irregular zoning, color zoning, that will be Burmese only. कोई ऐसा सोर्स नहीं है जहां पे swirly color zoning मिल जाए आपको, वहां आप 100% बोल सकते हो कि ये बर्मीज रूबी है। बस आपका स्टोन कोई डाई किया हुआ नहीं हो, वहां गलती मत कर लेना किसी फ्रैक्चर में और कह दो ये तो स्वर्ल जैसा है और मैंने बताया था ये बर्मीज है, नहीं। If it is natural,
थोड़ा बता देते हैं कि ये swirly क्या है?
swirly, you can see this thing, this swirl like means there is no distinct boundary, irregular swirl like, जैसे कांच में कैसे दिखता है ना swirl like, या आप अपनी प्लेट में सोर्स पोर करते हो तो irregular बाउंड्री बन जाती है, that is known as swirling। तो होता है क्या, रूबी comes in trigonal system, तो उसका 3 डायरेक्शन आना चाहिए ना। जोनिंग आते समय कलर के जोन्स बनेंगे तो वेरिएशन ऑफ टेम्परेचर प्रेशर ही तो जोन्स बनाता है, कलर जोन्स, पर यहाँ का टेम्परेचर प्रेशर ऐसा रहता है जो इरेगुलर जोन्स आते हैं. दिस इज टिपिकल फीचर ऑफ बर्मा रूबी.
दिस इज प्राइमरी और लेटर?
नहीं, it is with the birth only.
With the birth.
Yes. And then you have the type of rose inclusions, means there is a reflecting film surrounded with the crystal. It comes in Mozambique, typical feature of Mozambique. Long silk inclusions in Ceylon sapphire. Here you are color coding in blue sapphire. Then you have fingerprint फ्लैग लाइक पैटर्न. जब फिंगरप्रिंट हीट नहीं हुआ है, वहां पे हीट ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हुआ है, तो इंटेक्ट रहता है, एकदम बढ़िया से उसकी बाउंड्री नजर आती है. जब आप हीट करोगे तो क्या होगा, इरेगुलर हो जाएगा या वो डिस्पर्स हो जाएगा. तो वो चीज वहां पे नहीं है, दैट मीन्स वो नेचुरल है. इट इज फ्रॉम श्रीलंका. देन यू हैव ग्रेनेडाइट क्रिस्टल इन मडागास्कर सफायर. इफ ग्रेनेडाइट प्रेजेंट इन योर सफायर, दैट मीन्स इट इज ऑफ मडागास्कर सोर्स. अभी मैं सोर्स वाइज नहीं कर रही थी, पर हमने जब इंक्लूजन डाले तो मेरे मन में ये आया कि कुछ थोड़ा सा डिस्कशन हो जाएगा, तो सोर्स का भी मैं मेंशन कर दूंगी आप लोगों को. हियर यू हैव ब्यूटीफुल थिंग, CO2 गैस बबल्स विद ग्रेफाइट इन श्रीलंकन सफायर. इट इज अनहीटेड. कैन यू सी बबल? Oh sorry, bubble here. This bubble, this is CO2. It is gaseous. When you heat it सफायर, अगर मैं बल्ब की रोशनी में भी उसको ले जाऊंगी ना थोड़ी देर, तो दैट बबल विल डिसअपियर. और जैसे ही मैं उसे फ्रिज में रखूंगी, कूल डाउन करूंगी, इट विल कम अगेन. सो इट इज शोइंग योर स्टोन इज नॉट हीटेड, क्योंकि हीट के लिए तो बहुत हाई टेम्परेचर 1800 1600 तक जाना पड़ता है आपको, डिग्री सेल्सियस. और ये यहाँ पे अगर बल्ब में भी वापस रीस्टोर हो रहा है, दैट मीन्स ये हीटेड नहीं है. दिस इज द 100% ऑफ अनहीट. Here you have angular color zoning in yellow sapphire. ये भी हमारे लैब में आया हुआ पीस है, ये जो देख रहे हैं आप. There is a video where you can see appearing and disappearing of the bubble. Discoid fractures, halos in natural. Here you have heated. अब यहाँ हीट ट्रीटमेंट होने के बाद क्या होता है, जब आप हीट करते हो, टेम्परेचर देते हो, तो सेंटर का क्रिस्टल मेल्ट हो जाता है. और जब मेल्ट होगा तो क्या करेगा, हम कुछ मेल्ट करेंगे तो फैलेगा और प्रेशर डालेगा, तो बाहर की तरफ एक व्हाइट बाउंड्री बन जाती है. वो व्हाइट बाउंड्री इज द इंडिकेशन ऑफ हीट ट्रीटमेंट. तो यहाँ पे दीज रूबी एंड सफायर्स आर हीटेड बिकॉज हियर यू कैन सी द डिस्कोइड्स. नाउ वी विल कम टू द एडवांस टेक्निक. आपका माइक्रोस्कोप सुबह आपको दास जी ने वो दिखाए थे, इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स सारे की कहाँ कैसे टेस्टिंग होती है. बियॉन्ड दैट वी हैव टू गो टू आइडेंटिफाई द ट्रीटमेंट, टू आइडेंटिफाई द मटीरियल. These instruments are based on high energy. Like कोई एक्सरे पे बेस्ड है, कोई आपका EDXR मतलब लाइक IR पे बेस्ड है, कोई UV विज पे बेस्ड है. तो वैसी जो टेक्निक है यहाँ पे FTIR, Fourier Infrared Spectroscopy. Here you can see the difference. Can you see 3050? 3050 पे अगर ये हम पा गया 100% आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ बेरिलियम डिफ्यूजर, कि आपके पत्थर में बेरिलियम है. मतलब मैंने आंख से तो देखा माइक्रोस्कोप में कि मुझे मेल्टेड क्रिस्टल दिखे, ये दिखा, सब कुछ दिखा, लेकिन मैं कैसे प्रूव करूं कि ये हीटेड ही बेरिलियम ट्रीटेड ही है. देन आई हैव टू मूव ऑन एडवांस टेक्निक कि देयर इज अ प्रूफ, देयर इज अ फिंगरप्रिंट ऑफ बेरिलियम. देन यू हैव 3160. इट इज 100% आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ अनहीटेड सफायर. अगर 3161 मिल गया, दैट मीन्स वहां पे हीट का कोई भी काम नहीं हुआ है. देन यू हैव 3307 इन ब्लू सफायर, 3232. यहाँ पे पक्का है कि आपका स्टोन हीट हुआ है. दिस पीक्स आर सेइंग, ये एडवांस टेक्निक है, इन ग्राफ्स को हमें पूरा एनालिसिस करना पड़ता है. हियर यू हैव हीट प्लस फ्लक्स, जो मैंने बोला बोरेक्स, जो एक्सीडेंटली चला जाता है. अब आप देखिए यहाँ पहले हमने जो देखे थे फिंगरप्रिंट, वो पतले थे, ट्रांसपेरेंट थे, पर ये सारे थिक है, बहुत ज्यादा थिक है. जैसे पेंट फैला दिया हो, अगर पेंट को फैलाएं तो कैसे फैलता है, वो बहुत गाढ़ा गाढ़ा सा फैलता और मोटी सी बाउंड्री क्रिएट करता. पानी फैलाएंगे तो कैसा फैलेगा, बहुत पतला रहेगा, ट्रांसपेरेंट रहेगा. सो दिस इज द डिफरेंस. सो दिस इज फ्लक्स, ये सारा फ्लक्स है. फ्लक्स का मतलब इसमें बोरेक्स है. मेल्टेड क्रिस्टल, ये क्रिस्टल था, उसने ओरिजिनल स्टेट खत्म कर दी आफ्टर द हीट बिकॉज ऑफ द हाई टेम्परेचर. सेम हियर अगेन यू हैव ऑल्टर्ड क्रिस्टल्स, फिंगरप्रिंट्स, हीट फ्लक्स, बोथ दोनों यहाँ पे आ गया। ये सारा जितना दिख रहा है ये पैचेस दैट इज फ्लक्स। हियर यू हैव रूबी विद द ग्लास फिलिंग। नेचुरली लेड नहीं आता रूबी में, तो यहाँ तो आंख से दिख ही रहा है कि ये बबल है, ये सारे आपको दिख रहे हैं, ये फ्रैक्चर्स दिख रहे हैं, दे ऑल आर लेड फिल्ड। These bubbles are indicating it is lead filled glass, और these flashes are the 100% identification of the lead. lead क्या है? बहुत हाई एंड मतलब मटेरियल है जिसकी Hg और Ri सब कुछ बहुत हाई होता है, तो उसका डिस्पर्जन भी हाई होता है। बिकॉज ऑफ दैट डिस्पर्जन यू कैन सी दैट इरिडिसेंट इफेक्ट, बट इन डिफरेंट एंगल इट शोज यू डिफरेंट कलर्स। सो ये आपको देखते ही पता लगेगा, टेनिक से भी देखेंगे और फ्लैशेस अगर दिख गए तो 100% आइडेंटिफिकेशन है कि ये लेड फील्ड है। लेकिन फिर वही बात कि मैं कैसे प्रूव करूं कि मैंने लेड देखा, या आप मुझे कैसे प्रूव करो कि आपने लेड, तो वी हैव टू मूव EDXR, एनर्जी डिस्पर्सिव एक्सरे फ्लोरोसेंस, वहां लगाने पे लेड की पीक्स आ जाती है, जो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो। ये जो है रेड वाला सारा लेड है, ब्लू वाला नेचुरल रूबी का है। जो ब्लू ग्राफ आ रहा है वहां पे लेड नहीं आ रहा, तो रूबी नेचुरल है, बट व्हेन यू हैव दैट रेड पीक्स दैट इज ग्लास फिलिंग इज देयर। लेड और बिस्मथ दोनों होता है इसमें। नाउ वी कम टू द एमरल्ड। एमरल्ड के लिए क्या कॉमन है? एमरल्ड इज ब्रिटल स्टोन। जैसे आपकी स्किन को मॉइस्चराइजर चाहिए, वैसे एमरल्ड को भी मॉइस्चराइजर चाहिए उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि वो ब्रिटल होता है, रूखा पत्थर होता है, तो उसे नमी चाहिए। तो नमी पानी की तो दे नहीं सकते, पत्थर है, एब्जॉर्ब नहीं करेगा, तो दे यूज ऑयल, डिफरेंट ऑयल्स। ऑयल्स के भी आगे एक चीज है रेजिन। रेजिन में क्या रहता है? प्लास्टिक भी मिक्स रहता है, और ऑयल में सिर्फ ऑयल ही हुआ करता था। पहले ये लोग बोला करते थे कलर्ड ऑयल होता था, दैट इज नोन एज जोबन। व्हाट इज जोबन? भाई जोबन, जोबन क्यों बोलते हैं बताइए कोई? जोबन क्यों आया शब्द बताओ? आप लोग सब सो जाओगे ऐसे, तो मुझे पता मैं इतना ज्यादा बोल रही हूँ, आप क्यों बताओ? वाई द ऑयल्स नेम इज जोबन? आपको सही बता रही हूँ, सारी की सारा अपना जो जेमोलॉजी है, एक सारा का जनरेशन जो जनरेट जो हुई है, ये स्टडी वो इंडिया से हुई है। आप याद करो कि हमारे स्टोन कितने पुराने, जैसे सुबह भी किसी ने कहा था 3000 पुराना, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि हम लोग सब भगवान को मानते हैं, भगवान की तस्वीर सबके घर में होगी। आप देखिए कितनी भी पुरानी तस्वीर निकाल के देखिए, किसी ने भी सिर्फ गोल्ड की ज्वेलरी नहीं पहनी है भगवान ने, मणियां हैं, माणिक्य है, लड़ियां हैं, मोती है, दैट मीन्स स्टोन मेटल से भी पुराने हैं। तो आप सोचो जो इतनी एंशिएंट चीज थी, इतनी पुरानी थी, हमारा इतना R&D था, इतना रिसर्च था, लेकिन हमने उस कंटेंट को तैयार नहीं किया। इस कंटेंट को मेंशन बट प्रॉपर्ली
even diamond cutting was there 4.5
करेक्ट बिल्कुल। और हमारी साइंस शायद अब से कहीं ज्यादा डेवलप थी। ये जो पुराने जमाने में बताते पुष्पक विमान, ये विमान 100% हुए होंगे, तभी उनका जिक्र है, नहीं तो कैसे होता? कुछ तो हुआ होगा, तभी तो इतना जिक्र है। खैर छोड़ो, बताइए जोबन, आप बताइए, कोई नहीं बता रहा तो।
वो इट इज सिमिलर टू यौवन,
Yes.
जो आपके पत्थर को जवान रखता है।
Yes, it's very simple. आपको मैं बताऊं, कैबेशोन इज इन इंग्लिश। सुबह इन्होंने बताया था कि ये कैबेशोन कट करेंगे तो कैटसाई मिलेगा। दास साहब ने बताया था ना, सुबह प्रेजेंटेशन थी तब इनकी। वाई कैबेशोन? क्यों कैबेशोन में कैटसाई मिलेगी? अगर मैं उसे फ्लैट कर दूं तो क्यों नहीं मिलेगी? बताइए मुझे। आप लोग सब साइंस बैकग्राउंड, क्यों? मैं तो आर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड से हूँ।
You have the fibers, so the fibers would not give a reflection.
No, not at all. बहुत सिंपल सी स्टोरी है। कन्वर्स करना है। फ्लैट चीज क्या करेगी? एनर्जी को डाइवर्स करेगी, ठीक है? तो टू कन्वर्स द पॉजिटिव एनर्जी, मंदिर मस्जिद में जाके कितना सुकून मिलता है आपको? क्यों मिलता है? क्यों मिलता है? क्योंकि पॉजिटिव एनर्जी आती है। क्यों आती है? बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉर्मेशन एंड हमारा कनेक्शन विद दैट। पर सब लोग बोलेंगे घर की छत क्यों नहीं डोम्ड बना लेते हो? जब एनर्जी आती है तो बना लेनी चाहिए। क्यों बताइए, क्यों नहीं बनती? रीजन बिहाइंड इट, जो एनर्जी वहां पे स्टोर होती है उसको हम बेयर ही नहीं कर पाएंगे अगर घर में ले लेंगे तो, क्योंकि हम इतने शुद्ध नहीं होते हैं अपने घर में जितनी शुद्धता मंदिर में होती है, मस्जिद में होती है, गुरुद्वारे में होती है। टू स्टोर एनर्जी इज वेरी इजी, टू यूज एंड कीप इट इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो आपका वो कैबेशोन क्यों बनाया, हम वापस आते हैं वहां पे। मैं ये स्टोरीज क्यों बोलती हूँ ताकि इंटरेस्टिंग रहे, नहीं तो सबको नींद आने लगती है। एक्चुअली उसमें फाइबर्स होते हैं, किसी पत्थर में जब फुल ऑफ फाइबर्स होते हैं तो कैटसाई बनाते हैं, उसको कारीगर जानता है कि उसको कैसे कट करना है। तो डोम बनाएगा तो क्या होगा, जब लाइट उसके ऊपर गिरेगी तो हमें लाइट को कन्वर्ज कराना है, डाइवर्स नहीं कराना। तो जैसे ही लाइट गिरेगी तो सेंटर वाला पार्ट मैक्सिमम रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा, तभी तो फाइन आई देख पाओगे। अगर पूरा फ्लैट बना देंगे तो लाइट पूरे में फैल जाएगी। तो आप एक फाइन सूत जो देखना ना, आपको एक लाइन देखनी दैट यू कैन नॉट सी। और आपको पता है कैबेशोन को हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं? कैबेशोन को हिंदी में कोई भी प्रतीक जी के अलावा बताए मुझे। प्रतीक जी तो तुरंत बता देंगे, ये तो ज्वेलर भी तो है। क्या कहते हैं बताइए? पोटा। वाई इट इज पोटा? मारवाड़ी से आया ये शब्द पोटा। अब तो बताओ, आप सोचो पोटा किसको कहते हैं हिंदी में? बोलिए बोलिए, पोटा किसको बोलते हैं? कैबेशोन छोड़ दीजिए। नहीं, पोटा किसको कहते हैं? राजस्थान में गोबर को पोटा कहा जाता है। क्यों कहा जाता है पोटा? क्यों कहा जाता है? द फॉर्मेशन, गाय जब अपना वो अपशिष्ट निकालती है तो जब गिरता है तो इट इज लाइक अ डोम। दैट्स व्हाई दैट पोटा वर्ड केम फ्रॉम देयर। सब कुछ अपनी लाइफ से है, हमने लाइफ से उसको कनेक्ट ही नहीं किया। हम कनेक्ट करेंगे तो पढ़ाई बहुत इजी है। मैंने जेमोलॉजी को बहुत झेला है। आई वॉज फ्रॉम हिंदी बैकग्राउंड एंड माई टीचर वॉज साउथ इंडियन, श्यामला मैडम, एंड यू नो हर टेम्परामेंट। मेरा सब सिर से जाता था, मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आता था क्या ब्रजेश ने मुझे घुसा दिया इसके अंदर, मुझे क्या मार के छोड़ेंगे पता नहीं। इतना घर का काम और इतना पढ़ाई, और RISG रख रही हूँ, किचन में भी बड़े बड़े चार्ट लगा लिए, समझ कुछ नहीं आता था। जब धीरे धीरे सब्जेक्ट को समझा तो मैंने इसको इजी किया। मेरे जैसे कितने सारे लोग बैठे होते हैं जिनको जेमोलॉजी समझ नहीं आती। तो आई हैव कनेक्टेड द थिंग्स विद द डेली लाइफ। हार्डनेस क्या होती है मुझे नहीं पता था, क्या हार्डनेस है। बोलते थे मोज हुए थे, मिस्टर मोज हुए, उन्होंने ऐसे 9 मिनरल ढूंढे, उनमें डिफरेंट हार्डनेस होती है। पहली बात तो मोजी कौन है, क्या है, नहीं पता है। फिर ये हार्डनेस क्या है, कभी समझ नहीं आया। पूरा पेपर दे लिया, समझ नहीं आया। देन वन डे माई मदर वॉज शाउटिंग कि तुम लोग ना सब भ्रष्ट कर दिया घर को। पहले हम लोग ना बर्तन बाहर मांजते थे, मिट्टी में मांजते थे, और तुम लोग घर में मांजते हो और उनको भी ठीक से साफ नहीं करते हो। तो इतना क्यों चिल्ला रहे हो भाई, इससे क्या होगा? बोला तुम्हें पता है पहले कितनी शुद्धता होती थी, मिट्टी से बर्तन क्यों मसता था? बताइए मुझे, क्यों मसता था मिट्टी से बर्तन? मेरे पास बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी आपको सुनाने के लिए। Yes, what is your mitti? It is silica. Silicate. Particles of quartz are there. What's the hardness of quartz? It is 6. What is your burden? 3 only. 7. तो it moves one layer of the utensil. तो पॉलिश हो गई आपके बर्तन को। More hygienic rather than your water and liquid जो आजकल हम यूज कर रहे हैं। ऑयल खाते हैं फिल्टर्ड, साथ में केमिकल साबुन, दोनों मिलते हैं बढ़िया से। बाई धोती है बर्तन, हम नहीं धोते हैं, वो रख देती है, उसको हम खाते हैं, उसमें बर्तन में खाते हैं खाना। तो हम ज्यादा खराब हो गए पहले की बजाय, सच्चाई तो ये है। तो हार्डनेस तुरंत समझ आ गई कि हार्डनेस क्या होती है। वाई मदर इज शाउटिंग कि अरे इसे ब्लो करो पहले डस्ट को, सीधा कपड़ा मत रगड़ो उसके ऊपर। सीधा कपड़ा रगड़ोगे तो कांच क्या होगा, स्क्रैच आ जाएगा। बिकॉज कोर्स इज 7, योर कांच इज 5, दैट इज हार्डनेस फैक्टर। कितनी जल्दी समझ आया। लगा अरे श्यामला मैम पढ़ाती थी तो डर लगता था, हे भगवान ये हार्डनेस क्या है। सो थिंग्स आर सिंपल, ओनली द वे हाउ टू टीच, दैट्स इट। सो 2 phase crystals and inclusion in emeralds. These are natural emeralds. Here you can see the mica and pyrite. Then tremolite needles, source is Sindwana, 100% identification of the Sindwana. If you have that curved fibers in it, then you have the dendritic films. It is the source of Zambia. अगर ये मिल गया तो जाम्बिया का एक क्लू मिल जाता है. Not 100% identification, but you have a clue for that. Now you have multi-phase inclusion. Source is Afghanistan. This is from Afghanistan emerald only. मेरा लिया वही picture है. So here you can see there are 3 kind of inclusion. ये phase क्या है? Phase inclusion क्या है? Excuse me, please. मैं ऐसे ही नहीं, मैं तो जयपुर से आई हूँ. हाँ, ऐसे नहीं करो. What is phase inclusion? Why it is phase फेज क्यों बोलते हैं, कोई आप लोग बताएं जियोलॉजी वाले।
Variation in the temperatures.
That I know. I am not asking how it forms. What it is. There is a cavity.
Liquid
एक
solid.
खड्डा था, उस खड्डे में लिक्विड भर गया, लिक्विड के साथ में एयर ट्रैप हो गई, क्योंकि जब खाली एम्प्टी पार्ट में कुछ भरता है तो एयर तो होती है, तो एयर फॉर्म्स बबल। जो गोल सा बबल देख रहे हो ना आप, ये दैट इज बबल, ये बबल बन गया। एंड ऑलरेडी प्रेजेंट क्रिस्टल्स trapped in that cavity, that is your 3-phase, multi-phase, 2-phase. ठीक है? So this is like fish like. Whatever the formation, like irregular form is, that is jagged. अगर rectangle है तो हम बोलेंगे rectangle, otherwise fish like. So here you have beautiful iridescent films in Russian emerald. Then you have perfect 3-phase inclusion. Sorry, in Colombian. This is calcite crystal. This is bubble and this is irregular jagged. Whenever you have that jagged, that means it is Colombia only. This is the treatment. हम जो बात कर रहे थे ऑयल रेजिन की बात कर रहे थे ना, कि होता क्या है, पन्ने को मॉइस्चर करने के लिए या तो ऑयल में डुबोया जाता है या तो रेजिन भर दिया जाता है। तरीका बहुत सिंपल होता है, पहले पन्ने को गर्म करते हैं। कैसे गर्म करते हैं? ट्रेडिशनली तो क्या होता है, उसको या तो धूप में रख दिया जाता था पूरे दिन के लिए जोबन में डाल के, या फिर बल्ब के नीचे रख दिया जाता है। बल्ब से भी वो हीट लेता है, धीरे धीरे स्लो हीटिंग रिक्वायर्ड होती है, एकदम से चेंज नहीं चाहिए टेम्परेचर का, नहीं तो पत्थर टूट जाएगा। सडन चेंज क्या करेगा, पत्थर को तोड़ देगा। ऑयल के साथ में हो गया तो फ्रैक्चर हल्का सा खुलता है, ऑयल सीप इन हो जाता है, तो उस कटोरी को अंदर ला के रख दिया जाता है, रात भर वो ठंडा होता है, सुबह धोती से उसकी पुछाई होती है। धोती शायद बहुत सारे बच्चे जानते ही नहीं होंगे होती क्या है। जानते हो आप लोग धोती क्या होती है? क्या होती है? साड़ी, बोलते थे साड़ी को भी धोती, बट जो जेंट्स व्हाइट क्लोथ पहना करते थे मलमल वाला, दैट इज नोन एज धोती। एंड इट वाज रियली रियली वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, जो कहते हैं ना कॉटन होता था बहुत फाइन वाला, उससे हाँ पंडित पहनते हैं, लेकिन अब बहुत सारे सिंथेटिक मटेरियल भी आ गया वो लोग भी, और उसकी ऐसे हल्के हाथ से पुछाई होती थी ताकि पत्थर पे किसी तरह का प्रेशर नहीं आए और ऑयल जो अंदर चला गया वो वापस बाहर ना आए। That is traditional method. लेकिन nowadays you have, there is a machine with the pressure and the temperature, 1 मिनट में काम होता है, उसमें लगाते हैं और ऑयल सीप इन कर जाता है और उनको धीरे धीरे ठंडा कर लिया जाता है। So जब ऑयल होगा तो पत्थर के अंदर ऐसा दिखाई देगा, ये iridescent effect. That means only oil is there, कुछ और नहीं है। If you have resin, तो क्या होगा, उसी फ्रैक्चर में आपको एक एंगल पे ब्लू फ्लैश दिखेगा, दूसरे एंगल पे गोल्डन फ्लैश दिखेगा। When you rotate the stone carefully in front of the light, you can observe that thing. Then advanced technique. अब मैं कैसे बताऊं कि मैंने रेजिन देखा या मैंने ऑयल देखा पत्थर में? तो there are peaks of oil and resin. Here you can see 2962, 3034, 3057. This is the indication of resin. मतलब आपके पन्ने में कोई तरह का प्लास्टिक भरा गया है या रेजिन भरा गया है, ठीक है? If you don't have these two peaks, तो आपका यहाँ पे ऑयल है। अगर खाली ये पीक दिख रही है, that means ऑयल है। और तीसरा जो ब्लू वाला है, कोई पीक नहीं है, that means कोई फिलर नहीं, उसमें कोई फिलर नहीं है। This is all about your fracture filling in emeralds. अब क्या होता है, मान लीजिए कई बार ऐसे फ्रैक्चर आते हैं कि बहुत फाइन होते हैं और रेजन उसमें डिटेक्ट नहीं हो पाता IR में, FTIR में, then we have to move on Raman spectroscopy. तो रमन में 1609 पे अगर ये पीक मिल गई, दैट मींस रेजिन है। हम पर्टिकुलर फ्रैक्चर को माइक्रोस्कोप में ओरिएंट करते हैं, फिर उसमें रमन लेते हैं, देन वी हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग, दैट इज द एविडेंस ऑफ रेजिन। सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द ट्रीटमेंट। दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो
मच। What a thought-provoking talk given by Madam Meenu. I could never imagine in the faintest dream that a person can be so much involved with the work she is pursuing for a couple of decades or more. And I think her talk must be an inspiration to our young girl students who feel that many a times geology is not a subject for girls. I am fortunate to have two of my real sisters, rather three. All of them were geologists. One of my cousins, she is director BSIP. She was a botanist, but she pursued in geology. And gemology is one field. One of my students from MSc from here is a GIA, ma'am, Minuji. One of my students from here is the world-class gemologist Anu Grover Manchanda. She is a GIA specialist stationed in London. And her parents still live here, so quite often she visits. And she has made a name in the world community. So this department has a lineage where our students have been doing very well. Now, the talk she gave, I have never heard such a descriptive talk where, let's say, emerald or ruby or pukhraj or neelam, and these precious stones could be classified on the basis of studies that are so deep rooted. FTIR से नहीं निकाल पाएंगे तो फिर रमन से हम पता कर लेंगे. FTIR नहीं है हमारे पास तो हो सकता है कि हम we can use some extraordinary techniques in geochemical technologies, जिसमें कि हम we are able to find the different types of elemental composition. So technology is there. I mean, I agree that technology can really play a role. But as a young gemologist many years ago, 4 decades ago, when I started my passion in gemstones, I was told by a very elderly person who was a professional gemologist कि देखो भैया 10x लेंस से अगर तुमने पहचान लिया तभी तुम असली जेमोलॉजिस्ट हो. क्योंकि आम आदमी जो है वो जो आपका एक्सपीरियंस है वो 10x मतलब 10 टाइम्स आप एनलार्ज करके हैंड लेंस जो हम लोग यूज करते हैं फील्ड में उतना ही इक्विपमेंट और बाकी आपका ज्ञान, ठीक है ना, तो वो बहुत जरूरी. लेकिन जितनी डिटेल में हमारे यहाँ पर वी आर रनिंग द फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम of graduation, that is 3 years in gemology. I started it, and that's called is sponsored by UGC. That's called as Bachelor of Vocation BVOC in gemology. So for 3 years, 6 semesters, students have studied, and I'm happy that at least 5 of them who completed the course out of 10 are sitting here.
Oh, really?
And they are all either jeweler or some of them are astrologer also.
I want to do PhD in gemology.
You can do it from here. Our Vice Chancellor has opened up a system where professionals
But I am
can...
from arts background. So
we have to see whether professionals have some kind of leverages.
Part-time PhDs also.
Yeah, that is called
part-time PhDs also.
That has just started this year. So let's thank ma'am for such a detailed, interesting aspect, and I would say it complemented that this morning talk by Das Bhai Sahab, where he gave a general idea as a geologist, and ma'am has given as a not only mineralogist or as a wife of a jeweler, where she had the opportunity to do, see thousands of specimens and kilos and quintals of stuff to enrich her knowledge. I think this opportunity of having her here would have helped many of our former students and future gemologists or geologists to look that this is a field, and I must tell you, this is a field where you earn in millions. This is you identify a real ruby, a Mogok ruby, which is not treated, and that can fetch you few $100,000. So that is the beauty of it, and I can certainly say if all the money of Lucknow city, if at all, can be put in the pocket, then it is through gems. like diamonds, isn't it? So ये इस विधा की खासियत है और हम बहुत तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे और प्रतीक जी का कि आप जयपुर से आप आए और मैम को आपने यहाँ पे हम लोगों के बीच में एक बहुत नॉलेजेबल टॉक के लिए, और ऑफ कोर्स आपका नाम मुझे सजेस्ट किया था यन सिंह साहब ने, मैं मैम को नहीं जानता था और थोड़ा सा मैं ऑर्गेनाइज करने में मुझे थोड़ा डिले हो रही थी, मैं डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट भी एक बार फोन पे बात हुई आपसे, बट देन जहाँ चाह होती वहाँ राह होती, अल्लाह मियाँ ऊपर बैठे देखे मदद करते रहते हमारे। आई एम ए डिसाइपल ऑफ हनुमान जी और यहाँ पर हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी के गेट के पास उनका मंदिर है, उसको हनुमान सेतु कहते हैं, और जिन्होंने बनवाया बाबा नीम करौली, ये कैची धाम में है। जी जी, तो मैं उनका बड़ा भक्त हूँ और जो भी ये आज कार्यक्रम अच्छे से हो रहा है वो कार्यक्रम का मैं पूरा श्रेय बाबा नीम करौली। So with this we finished with the second this session, technical session, where we had in the evening 3 lectures after lunch, and the lecture by Pratik ji, first by Dr. N. Singh Saab, then Pratik Saab, and then Madam Meenu. All of them were very, very enlightening. So from the bottom of my heart, I extend my thanks to all of you to have spared your valuable time and have presented us some very interesting data, interesting thoughts, कुछ पर्सनल बातें भी, बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं, बहुत खुश हुई आप ये बात बताई, इन सबके मन में यही चलता रहता है कि हमारी तो शादी कर देंगे।
I have one more message for them.
जी जी जी, आप कहना आइए।
मैडम आप खड़े होकर डाइस पे आ जाइए। जी डाइस पे चलिए।
हमारे 70% स्टूडेंट लड़कियां ही हैं मैडम इस यूनिवर्सिटी, और हमारे यहाँ फिर भी मिशन शक्ति चल रही है।
एक लाइफ का ही है फंडा, एक शब्द है प्रेशर और टेम्परेचर, क्या बनाता है डायमंड। दोनों ही जब लाइफ में आते हैं, प्रेशर आ जाए तब भी टेंशन, टेम्परेचर माँ बाप का हो, चाहे हस्बैंड का हो, चाहे किसी और सराउंडेड पर्सन का हो, टेंशन देता है। दोनों टेंशन देते हैं ना, कोई भी तरह का प्रेशर टेंशन देता है, बट प्रेशर एंड टेम्परेचर मेक द लाइफ। जब जब प्रेशर और टेम्परेचर आता है, आपका बेस्ट निकल के बाहर आता है, लेकिन दैट टाइम यू हैव टू बी पेशेंट। अगर आपने समय नहीं दिया उस प्रेशर और टेम्परेचर को तो कुछ बनेगा नहीं, सब कुछ डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाएगा। डायमंड कैसे बन जाता है? क्योंकि वहां पे पेशेंस ऑफ टाइम होता है। प्रेशर टेम्परेचर तो होता ही होता है, बट टाइम का पेशेंस होता है। टाइम का पेशेंस क्या करता है? डायमंड बनाता है। वो पेशेंस जब कम होता है तो ग्रेफाइट बन जाता है, वो पेशेंस और कम होता है तो कोयला बन जाता है, वो प्रेशर और कम होता है तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बन जाता है, विच वी ब्रीथ। कुछ भी यूज नहीं होता उसका। तो जब भी ऐसा टाइम आए, आपके जीवन में प्रेशर आए, टेम्परेचर आए जो आपको दुखी कर रहा है, उस समय आप सिर्फ पेशेंस रखें, उसका रिजल्ट इतना खूबसूरत निकलेगा कि आपको सही में मैं याद आऊंगी। एक बार आप करके देखेंगे ना, आपको बहुत मजा आएगा। फैमिली में तो बनाए रखने के लिए एक ही चीज है, पेशेंस, बस दैट्स इट। जब भी कोई कुछ बोले, बुरा लगे, 2 मिनट ईगो हर्ट होती है, अरे ऐसे बोला, मैंने क्यों नहीं बोला, मुझे बोलना चाहिए था। लेकिन अगर उस समय आप पी जाएंगे, बाद में उसको गिल्टी होगी और आपको इतना मजा आएगा, अच्छा हुआ मैंने तो नहीं बोला, मेरा साइड तो सेफ रहा। बट दैट पेशेंस इज रिक्वायर्ड इन गर्ल्स ओनली। मैं बॉयज को कुछ नहीं कहूंगी, क्यों नहीं कहूंगी? ऐसा नहीं है कि मुझे गर्ल्स से कोई दुश्मनी है। गर्ल्स आर द हाउस मेकर, गर्ल्स आर द सोसाइटी मेकर, गर्ल्स आर द यूनिवर्स मेकर। आपको पता है, आप नारी शक्ति ऐसे ही नहीं हो, आपकी मुट्ठी में है जमाना। आप देखो तो सही, अगर 2 चीजें ले लोगे, उसके बाद में जमाना आपका है। चाहे वो हस्बैंड हो, चाहे बेटा हो, चाहे आपका पड़ोसी हो, चाहे समाज हो। एक घर से कुटुंब बनता है, कुटुंब से समाज बनता है, समाज से सोसाइटी बनती है, सोसाइटी से यूनिवर्स बनता है। तो एक शुरू करेगा तो 2 और देख के शुरू करेंगे। आप बस वो एक फंडा कर लें और कभी भी मत सोचिए मुझे ये नहीं आता। आई वॉज फ्रॉम आर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड, मुझे मेरे हस्बैंड ने FGA के लिए लंदन का कोर्स कराया एंड मुझे इंग्लिश लिखनी नहीं आती थी, टॉप पे लिखती थी आई एम वेरी पुअर एट इंग्लिश, प्लीज फॉरगिव मी फॉर माई लैंग्वेज। सच्ची में लिखा है, झूठ नहीं बोल रही हूँ। और वहां पे मैंने क्या किया, माई ड्राइंग वॉज सॉलिड, बहुत अच्छी थी। मैंने कलर डायग्राम्स बनाए मेरे आंसर्स में और डायग्राम बना के समझाया कि व्हाट आई वांटेड टू से इन माय आंसर। आई स्टूड बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, आई गॉट हाई मेरिट इन माय एग्जाम। मैं इसलिए नहीं बता रही कि मैं अपनी तारीफ कर लूं, मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि जब कुछ नहीं होता ना, अंधेरा होता है आपके आगे, तो आपका बेस्ट निकल के बाहर आता है। आप ट्राई तो कीजिए, कुछ भी इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है इस दुनिया में, कुछ भी नहीं। 50% इन द फैमिली, आई वॉज इन जॉइंट फैमिली, 2 बच्चे थे छोटे छोटे, प्रतीक जी ने देखे हैं ड्यूरिंग माई दिस थिंग फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन इन शिमला 1999, वहां ये इंस्पायर हुए मुझसे। मेरे बच्चे पिक्चर ले रहे थे जब मैं प्रेजेंटेशन दे रही थी, तो वो बीच में आके और ये लोग उनकी पिक्चर ले रहे थे ऐसा था। एंड इतना ट्रेडिशनल फैमिली जहां 2 चुन्नी ओढ़ के घर से बाहर निकलना है। मैं सही बता रही हूँ, एक बार तो लगा था कहाँ आ गई, क्या घर है, इतना बड़ा महल नुमा तो घर जिसमें कहां से निकलो 3 साल तक रास्ता पता नहीं था घर का। इट वॉज ओल्ड स्टोर, मतलब बिल्डिंग, तो कहां से निकलते थे कहां घुस जाते मुझे नहीं पता, बंदर बिल्लियां ये वो पता नहीं क्या क्या। और पढ़ाई और जेमोलॉजी जिसका जी भी पता नहीं था, जेमोलॉजिस्ट की स्पेलिंग पता नहीं थी मुझे, और उस सब्जेक्ट में मुझे घुसा दिया। जब पेपर देके आई तो माई टीचर वॉज कि तू आजा, मैं तुझे रोते हुए देखना चाहती हूँ। और माई हस्बैंड की चलो 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 सब अच्छा हो जाएगा, तुम टेंशन मत करो। क्या अच्छा हो जाएगा, फेल होंगी, सारे बच्चे पास होंगे, मैं फेल होंगी, देखना मैं पक्का फेल होंगी। मैं वहां पे गई तो 2 लड़के मेरे साथ, हम लोग 7 स्टूडेंट थे, उनमें 3 अमेरिका से थे। वो तीनों मिठाई का डिब्बा लेके खड़े थे। मैंने कहा तो 100% पास, क्योंकि उनकी इंग्लिश बहुत बढ़िया थी और मेरी तो बहुत पुअर थी। मैं अंदर गई, दे वर लिटरली क्राइंग फॉर मी, मीनू तू पास हो गई, हम फेल हो गए सब। लेकिन किस लिए कि अपना पैशन नहीं छोड़ा, जैसे ही प्रैक्टिकल आया उस पर कमांड कर ली। एक चीज वीक है तो दूसरे पे कंट्रोल करो ना, आपको आ जाएगा। जस्ट डू दैट, दैट इज माई फंडा ऑफ लाइफ।
और बड़ी एक गूढ़ बात कह गई मैडम, और वो ये कह गई कि प्रेशर और टेम्परेचर से हीरा बनता है। और आपने कभी हीरी नहीं सुना होगा, तो यहाँ जितने मर्द बैठे हुए हैं वो इसी वजह से हीरा बन पाए हैं, क्योंकि we must close the session. Our colleague, our NASA has to take a flight. Tomorrow we will have the session starting at 10 o'clock. As a small gesture of our love and affection to our revered faculties, a small gift we want to give the kit, a small kit to all of you, those who have presented today. This we have designed. This I have designed myself, and the calendar too. Please.
That you showed in the morning.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
आप अभी तुरंत जा रहे हैं? 15 को है। तो गाड़ी छोड़ आएगी आप? मैं फिर आ नहीं पाऊंगा। हमने तुम्हें फोन कर दिया था कि आपको लेके
नहीं, मैं आ जाती हूँ, बोलिए।
थैंक यू।
वो जो वो उधर रहने देना।
नहीं वो लेते हैं?
नहीं सुनिए,
ठीक है। आप कुछ ले जाए, कुछ थोड़ा वो और So we close
all the best. Have a safe trip.
Keep in touch. Tomorrow morning we start at 10 o'clock sharp. There would be 3 lectures in the morning session, technical session 3, and then in the afternoon we will have 2 talks, and then a very interesting interactive session with 6 ace astrologers where you can talk to them individually. All of them will be sitting at different places, solving your queries, telling you what
stone is going to be helpful to you. So it's going to be very exciting.
मुझे बहुत एडवांस टेक्निक्स भी लगी है, मुझे R&D में पैशन है।